You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, the key in Newnan, Georgia, home of Braves Country, with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the key at youtube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. We'll keep updating on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Nash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for President Hand, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love, raw in his hands. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn. Made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. In advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gary, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radiant. H is for Hornsby, pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch. The pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime. So fast he can throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit for the Yankees. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love. Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stayed put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can always attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. The ball saw him coming and yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average can't overemphasize. U would be Hubel if Carl wore a cockney. We say Hubble in baseball like football in rugby. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals can throw as fast as him. W, Wagner, bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox. Was right behind Ruby with his powerful size. Y is for Young, magnificent side. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zena, the summit of fame. His men erupted, his men came. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January
Listen to their freaking mouth.
Hey, Braves Country, Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, will be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night, Friday night, 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
I don't see him anywhere. I do not see them. So where are the Cardinals?
Casey at the bat. Ernest, it's there. The outlook wasn't brilliant from the Woodville night. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning left. Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same. All-like silence fell upon the Patriots. Straggling few got up to go in deep despair. Rest. Long to the hope which springs eternally in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with his team. But Flint preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a king. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat. There seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flint let drive a single, the wonderment of all. And Blake, much despised, tore the cover off the ball. When the dust had lifted, men saw what had occurred. It was Jimmy safe in second, and Flynn up in third. And from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell, and rumbled through the valley, and rattled in the dell, and pounded on the mountain, and recoiled upon the flat. Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. Responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. A stranger in the crowd could doubt it was Casey. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. And while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his head, defiance flashed in Casey's eye. The sneer pulled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air. Casey stood a-watching, and in a haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. The bench is black with people. They put up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stream. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand. And it's likely they'd have killed him, and not Casey. The smile of Christian charity made Casey's visage shine. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go home. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun spear flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern. Cold, they saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher Pitcher holds the ball. Now he lets it go. Now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. There is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat. Ernest Lawrence there. Published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day sports analysts from all over Braves Country talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night. 2 bonus games every week. I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. Good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are, Braves Country. Atlanta Braves are going for the 3-game sweep in St. Louis, Missouri, which would be quite the feat for this club. We're going to head to the field here in just a moment. Wanted to get you ready for the game. Bryce Elder will get the ball. He's going to go head-to-head against Miles Mikolas. Now, Elder, we know, has not pitched this year in the majors. Did pitch for Gwinnett last week, and he pitched okay. Nothing to write home about. As far as Miles Mikolas, I'm wondering what he's about. He didn't have very good outing the first time out. Look, it's the first game of the season for him. I don't overreact. He opened for the Cardinals. But when you look at some of the guys they have down and some of the guys they have way back, they're still guys trying to bring back guys like Jack Larry and Bruce Wayne is on the DL. Nicholas was given the starting novel with an attack necessarily who they consider the ace. Strike out 6, but give him 10 hits. Right now, his ERA, first of all, his ERAs and batting average begin the year. You don't get a good feeling for something batting average or ERA. Around Memorial Day, it's essentially sort of settling in. There's not this drastic changes. Because that has a great game today, it's going to drop down. It's 13-5. It's terrible. But that's one bad outing. If you want to take that into context, last night, Max Scherzer was absolutely awful against the Brewers for the Mets. He's got a 6.3. Anyone believe Max Scherzer's going to have a 6.3 ERA?
Someone go potty?
So you got to take these with the grain of salt. But Nicholas is a guy, he's not going to blow you away. He's not going to, typically doesn't get that high strikeout rate. But he's a guy that normally keeps the ball around the plate, doesn't walk a lot of guys, and doesn't hurt himself. And he's been a solid starting pitcher. To give you context, if he was on the Braves starting staff, he would probably be a 3 or a 4, somewhere in that neighborhood. You could argue if everything goes right for the Braves, he would be a 5, not even be starting. That's best case scenario. As Soroka, by the way, for folks who missed him, Mike Soroka, he had a start last night. Well, as far as I know right now, setbacks. Soroka could come on, pitch towards the end of the month, maybe in May. Big David St. Louis Cardinals sent Nicholas to the mound. He gave up 3 1/3, 5 run runs, 6 strikeouts. Not necessarily what you'd love to see, but it was against a really good Blue Jays offense. Today he's going to get the nod against Bryce Elder, and the key to the game for me, Bryce Elder. We'll get into the starting lineups right before first pitch. But to me, the key to Bryce Elder today is to clean up what was going on in the spring. Now, remember last year he had 5 starts. At the end last year, Bryce pitched very good, very well. And you could have made the argument that maybe he should have gotten the ball sometime in the playoffs because the way the Braves' arms were aching, he might have given Atlanta a better chance to win. He was the man on the mound when the Braves needed someone to step in, and it was the injuries towards the end of the season last year. Strider had to go on an IL stint. He pitched phenomenal. So I've got faith in Elder today. I don't think he's going to go out and give you 6, 7 shutout innings. Let's not be ridiculous. The Atlanta bats are going to have to really come on. But hey, so far so good in the Atlanta bats. We'll get to what Snickers said last night after the game here in a second. They do have to look. The bats for the Atlanta Braves really come on. He only scored 4 runs last night, but it's against a pretty tough pitcher in bats. You know, David asked Matt Olson, 0 for 5, 4 strikeouts, 3 against bats. I expect Olson to bounce back. That's a tough lefty. Big left-hander had to face last night. And some guys just pitch some guys really well. Now they're back into the bats. Sometimes you just have a hard time seeing at least out of the hand of certain pitchers. And if you're a big baseball fan, like I'm sure you are, you've heard these guys over the years talk about, they're Hall of Famers talk about how they can't believe this certain pitcher had the STL test. So if this ends up in the playoffs, it's going to be something that you monitor for the face of St. Louis. Getting these bats 30 minutes. Matt Olson, pretty sharp hitter. Not just with his talent swing, but also his student games on the better ability. Hey, you just got to check the cap somebody and say, look, that's got the better of him. Let's go. All in all, Olson's been more good bat this morning. Ronald Acuna Jr. 2 more hits. He's batting 360. Travis d'Arnaud is on fire. He was 3 for 4 last night. He's hitting 455. I know that this is just beginning of the season. I get that. You can't overreact to what he's done so far. And no, he hasn't gone yard, but that's never really been d'Arnaud's game. He did get a couple in the spring, but he's a guy that really just tries to get on base. Hard base knobs. He's a great placement. He places the ball where you're not at. He does tend to get into some extra base hits with that because he'll put it in the gap and set it down the right field. gives what the pitcher he takes what the pitcher gives him. And the more you see this, the more and more you're going to see guys like Ozuna struggle on the bench. Still early, Stickers not going to overreact. Proof is in the pudding, and right now, he is playing phenomenal. He's the best young player at the line. He's also an older player and a catcher. He didn't have been there every day. But Ozzy Albies hit the throw. Love to see that. Michael Harris is scuffing a little bit. It was good to see Sean Murphy get his first base knock, and he got an RBI. So you know he loved that. And look, Kevin Pillar played pretty well. He looked for 10. That's what you're looking for in a guy who played good outfield, good left field, played pretty much all over the outfield. This age, you probably wanted to see it. But in a pinch, he has played center in his career. So you love that. You love the fact that you can go and bring him in against a tough left-hander like Matt. Lando Arce. I mean, Lando Arce hit a home run last year. Made a couple of incredible defensive plays. And then a few other defensive plays that are not going to get your highlight reel. That I'm telling you right now, if you didn't see it, they were phenomenal defensive plays. They were plays, as they say, he made it look easy, and they were easy. They just were not easy. They were unbelievable. Just solid, fluid motion. I think of the
Puke.
one play that he made.
He just coach speak.
As his momentum stayed towards third, threw it over to first on a dime off his back foot. Momentum going towards the other dugout. And I guarantee Matt Olson loves him. Because there's not a lot of throws that are coming from Arcia. And he's having to scoop. Most of the throws he's getting are hitting Matt Olson about letter high, right on the bat. You can't ask for more than that. Look, we all know I get it. But you can make the argument that for the money,
God damn it.
Arce is a better fit for this team. So we just got him locked everything. $7 million deal. So that was basically going 23, 24, 25, and then there was a club option for 2026. And I don't have it in front of me. It's very he's happy because he's the guy that bounced around and got a chance to really shine. And now he's got some financial security. So he's happy. The clubhouse loves him. And he is playing out of his mind. And he's one of the more pleasant surprises. If you were going to say the biggest, best pleasant surprise, obviously, was Grace fans. The fact that he looks like he's playing at that top notch. And we all know he is capable of being one of, if not the most dynamic player in baseball. Tommy's the starting pitcher, and also be up there for the Silver Slugger. That guy's up there. And everybody else, all the kids, Ronald Cookie Jr. right now. And that throw that he made from the outfield last night, folks that may not have got a chance to see it, there was a hard hit ball that made him say little scores. It makes the game a little closer. And you don't know how the team may have unraveled. Instead, it ended the inning. It was a hard hit ball. I was a little surprised that they sent the one not the fastest foot. He's not said great, but he's also not Otis Nixon. It was It was textbook. And he pro hops that ball. One hop right into the glove of Sean Murphy. And one of the things that gets overshadowed, I mentioned in the broadcast last night, but you're not going to hear this on the highlight reel, folks. Really focus on this type of stuff. Sean Murphy, that was an incredible snag and stab. He grabbed it with one hand, turned around. I mean, he must have hands of steel. He turned around and swiped the runner. It was a fairly, I'll say, violent collision, but it also wasn't patty cake. It was a tussle there. He did it one-handed. Bang, bang. He never dropped the ball. I would love to know what Sean Murphy does on a daily basis to get ready for his offseason. Because he is on another level. Back will come. He's going to be fine.
Next on Behind the Series, the Myers play. The 22 draft was something special.
If this guy hits 275 with a high 700 OPS, we'll say 20 to 25 miles,
The Subway Series.
he's going to be worth every penny he gets in a high contract.
That's it. Hey, can I get a sandwich?
Not just a new pitch called Armchair, but he's focusing on the base runner, bags. It's enormous to have that easy. There's a very sharp observation by the Braves front office to address that runner. This was going to be a big deal. What was the first 3 games this season? Stolen bases in Major League Baseball, not just Major League Baseball. I mean, that right there tells you the game is changing, and I think for the better. I know some old heads are going to get defensive about it. The game's perfect, don't touch it. Blah, blah, blah. I get that. I always know it doesn't matter. They have not changed it. What they've done to make the game more exciting is much needed as I've had for Rob Manfred called World Series trophy at least 10. Not taking that seriously because Astros cheating scandal. If, for that matter, the Red Sox cheating scandal to me got overshadowed and swept over the head. Really focused on that. As much as he did that, he kind of spent a bit on that. I got to tip my cap to him because I didn't think you should make this many changes at once. I thought it was a little dangerous just from the health issues of players. But so far, so good. Just a few games in, we'll see what happens. There are pitchers already saying they're out of shape, not ready. I don't think they're not conditioned yet to that pitches. Cookie Carrasco from Mets last year. That was his first game. But I've noticed with that guy, he comes up with a lot of excuses. I got to take his salt. I haven't heard Scherzer said anything post game. He got penalties. Brewers beat the Mets 19-0 last night. They're back at it again today, but I'll tell you what, all in all, the Braves are playing phenomenally. We know baseball's a very fickle game. Day-to-day momentum is your starting pitcher. Today it's Bryce Elder. And I hope the kid comes out and really pitches as well because I would hate for everything he did last year to build for his confidence all year shattered just to have a few weeks of spring training starting as possible. He's going to be relied on. He's going to be relied on in the next couple of weeks. And look, they always tell you, if you want to win in a Major League Baseball season, wild card, division, you need 5 starting pitchers. You need about a dozen. Sometimes you get lucky and only need 8 or 9. Sometimes you get incredibly unlucky and you need about 15. But all in all, you need about a dozen starting pitcher options to go into the season. I think the Braves are deeper than most. Look what Bill Godwin did yesterday. Unbelievable. Really pitched a great game. First game, big. 5 innings, 6 hits.
Stop being bad.
4 strikeouts, big one. Like you're in second. No walks. Let's go ahead here for Ryan Snicker real quick and then we'll get you set.
Really, really good. Probably one of the better team defensive games I've ever been a part of. Just really, all of them. Austin, Orlando, Ozzie had a really nice play. Ronald's two throws. Matt to end the game. Eddie made a good play in the 8th inning, closing the gap on the pop up. So no, it was a really, really good tag by Murph. All that stuff is really, just good baseball. Kept throwing strikes like he did all spring. If he get whacked in the spring, he'd come back and get right back in the strike zone. That's a good one for him to get under his belt. And just very happy for him, proud of him, how he handled it. Some guys have it. It's something that I don't know that they know how they're going to feel that first time they toe the rubber, especially a place like this against his club. But he showed it all spring. The mound presence, maturity, just the confidence in his pitches. So it's really good. It's fun to watch. One of the things that attracts everybody to him is the fact that he can throw it over. He throws strikes and he has a good feel for his pitches and off-speed stuff. And he's got a little. Every now and then you see him reach back and get a little more, and he can hit 4s and 5s every now and then. And so no, it's just he doesn't act throwing the ball over the plate. Well, the slider, the change is really good. And like I say, it's a good fastball to get on top of you. So, it's good first down.
You mentioned mileage. Is that like coming in and barehanded?
Well, it's unbelievably tough play. I'd say you're seeing probably 2 of the best third basemen in the game out there playing right now. And that's the couple of the hops that he got, balls, how he used his feet to get good position for those plays. I'd say Ozzie had a really good one on the hard hit ball. Ronald was big just on the diving play to have the wherewithal to come up and get the out at second base and keep it a big inning. And then the throw, which that ball gets away, who knows what happens in that inning. So that's huge. He's in a pretty good place. He's been swinging the bat well, playing good. Like I said, this kid just loves having his legs under him. I guarantee you, playing the game the way he wants to play it. So that could be really good for us.
This is about as good of a start as you could have hoped for from the bullpen guys too.
Yeah, no, it was, we had a few guys down today, so the other guys they stepped up really good. And until you use a bullpen, you don't know how things are going to shape up. And I was really, it was good to get Joe out there in a game like that, and Kirby. Everything he's been through to get back and put himself in a position like that is really neat too.
That was Snicker talking about everything that went on last night, from Riley's great defensive play, Acuna playing great, Dodd not giving free passes. Look, he scattered 5 hits, but I'll tell you what, when he had a couple of issues and he had guys on base, man, he really bit down and did what he had to do. A couple of things that always get missed and stuff like this, because people always just look at the box score or the the highlight film or whatnot. When you have a guys on first and second, you're really trying to you're trying to battle and you're trying to get out of it. And he goes to a changeup that gets rolled over and turns into an inning-ending double play. That's big time. That's big cojones. And I'm already on board with the fact that I'm not giving up on Schuster at all. I think Schuster's very talented. But Dodd is, I think he's just a little more matured, even though they're the same age. They're both right there at 24 years old, both play college baseball. But for whatever reason, he's got a little more of a moxie, a bravado. And it's not like a cockiness that you hate. It's more something that you admire in a young player. And I think he's a guy that they're going to lean on all season long. You've got Dodd, you've got Schuster, you've got Elder going today. And Anderson, no one's giving up on him. And you have the other 5 guys that, the Freed, Strider, Morton. Mike Soroka pitched last night in down on the farm. He's on his way back. All these guys are going to equate into. Kyle Wright comes back on Tuesday, hopefully. I mean, I just named off 9 guys, 9 solid starters that no one would be scared to send out in any given contest. Even with Ian Anderson's woes. So, I think we're in store for a great season. And I'm ready for a great game today as we take on the Cardinals. Okay, step away for a second. We'll give you your starting lineups coming up. And chop on, baby. Let's go Braves. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
The haircut is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s wins its World Championship.
It's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in the ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust him. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch the ball, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Really great center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, that's in. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. He's the front of the plate. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're a Braves fan.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on. Bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop. All throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the Lord's early light what so proudly
girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. Good afternoon, y'all. We are live at the scene at
Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri.
we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Starting lineup for your Atlanta Braves as they will grab the bats first as the away team. Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off and playing right field. Matt Olson batting second and playing first base. Austin Riley batting third and playing third. And Travis d'Arnaud is your cleanup hitter behind the plate. Number 5 hitter today, Michael Harris II. He'll be patrolling center field. Ozzie Albies batting sixth and playing second base. Marcell Ozuna is back as the DH. And Eddie Rosario is your number 8 hitter in left field. Orlando Arcia is the shortstop and batting 9. On the mound today for your Atlanta Braves, Bryce Elder. And he will face the St. Louis Cardinals lineup that looks like this. Leading off with the Redbirds at second base, you got Brendan Donovan. Batting second, Alec Burleson, left-handed bat, and making left field. Paul Goldschmidt, the power-hitting first baseman from the right side. He'll be batting third. Arenado is the third baseman and batting cleanup. Gorman, St. Louis's designated hitter today, is batting fifth. Dylan Carlson's in center field at the sixth position. Jordan Walker in right batting seventh. Tommy Edman at short batting eighth. Behind the plate, Andrew Knizner. He'll be receiving pitches from Miles Mikolas. Mikolas comes in with a 13.5 ERA and a 3.00 whip, 3 1/3 innings. His first outing, 10 hits allowed a game, 6 strikeouts. We're just about ready for action here in St. Louis.
And the Atlanta Braves trying to sweep this series, excuse me. Late game last night, and then, of course, the quick turnaround today, so please bear with me. I'm going to try to get everything in order here as the Atlanta Braves are stepping up to the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. in all gray roads once again. Atlanta across the chest in red numerals, blue lettering on the back, and the red tomahawk underneath Atlanta. St. Louis Cardinals, their home is 62 degrees right now, 11 miles an hour coming out of the northwest, and they are in their home whites. Once again, 2 birds on the bat. And Mikolas is doing his final warm-ups here, 12-13 last season. And hopefully the Braves can get to him and get to him often. You can't expect Bryce Elder to come out and just pitch an absolute gem. His last time on the mound in a game that counted was the day before we clinched the division. We lost that game. 4 innings, 4 earned runs given up in 5 innings, 6 hits, a home run, a walk, and 5 Ks. What's interesting about Mikolas, if you look at who he pitched against last year, it was the bottom of the National League East. He had 3 starts against Miami, 2 starts against Washington. One was a phenomenal start, 9 innings pitched, a shutout, 6 strikeouts. That was back on September 26th. So they're all obviously games that count in Major League Baseball, but it is noteworthy that the 5 games he pitched in late in the season, beginning on August 14th, were all against the bottom dwellers of the National League East. The St. Louis Cardinal lineup expected to be much more formidable today. We're just about set. Not quite sure what the delay is, but Mikolas was late getting out there to the mound for some reason. And Ronald Acuna Jr. is now stepping to the plate. He taps the bat at the umpire and at the plate, showing respect for Blue and the man catching behind the dish. And we're just about ready as Mikolas gets set. And it is baseball time in Braves country. Here's the first pitch on the way. Fastball, top shelf, 93 miles an hour. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery on the way, and it's a half-hearted swing, bounces off the plate, an excuse me swing, but it is called foul by home plate umpire Todd Titchener. So thankfully that one did not count. That would have been an easy tag out, as Acuna was a little confused. The ball just kind of hit the bottom of his bat and bounced up, hit the plate, and then hit him. So here's the 0-2 pitch from Mikolas on the way. Swung on, curveball, dragged foul past the third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Atlanta trying to get a sweep here in St. Louis, Missouri. Wouldn't that be a great way to start off this season? If you missed it last night, the Braves won 4-1. The Mets also lost. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and just off the plate. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery from Mikolas. Swung on and grounded over towards short. Got it. Throws it across the diamond. It's a bounce pass, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to beat it out. Not 100% sure if he just didn't get a good grip. It looks like, as I see the replay, that he had to double clutch and maybe didn't have a great grip on the ball. And so it ended up bouncing, and Ronald Acuna Jr. busting it down the line the whole way. I will say this, I notice this quite a bit with Acuna. You feel like they need to tell him just run through the bag and quit looking over where the ball is at. Kind of slows you down. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Mikolas flips it over to first. Keep Acuna close by, so that's the first attempt. The 0-1 pitch for Mikolas. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Matt Olson batting .238. Had the golden sombrero yesterday and an 0-for-5 overall. He's looking to get back on track. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's going to get down where the green grass goes. It's in the gap, baby. Here comes Acuna around second. He's heading to third. Ron Washington's going to wave him home. Acuna slides, feet first, and it's a run. Braves up 1-0. Good relay by the Cardinals. On the play, though, Matt Olson does end up taking second base, so it's going to be a double RBI to get us going here. And yes, Ronald did get a hit. That was an infield hit. It was a bounce pass. And Acuna took a wide turn, but was able to straighten up. Ron Washington was windmilling him all the way. So 1-0 Atlanta. The first pitch to Austin Riley is a fastball top of the zone, and it's 0-1. Austin Riley has hit 2 home runs in 2 games here at Busch Stadium. The 0-1 pitch. Slider misses outside. It's 1-1. Braves now lead the NL East by 1.5 games over the New York Mets. They're back at it in Milwaukee today. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball inside, fouled off, and it's 1-2. Top of the first inning, if you're just joining us, the Braves 1-0 over the Cardinals. An RBI double from Matt Olson after an infield single for Acuna. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back well out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Be great if Atlanta could build a little lead before Bryce Elder, who's making his debut this year, comes to the mound, as they did for Dylan Dodd, already with the 1-0 lead. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and just gets a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves open the season in Truist Park tomorrow night, against the Padres. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is grounded up the middle, in between the 4-6 hole. Here comes Matt Olson. He's getting waved around. He's going to trot home, and it's 2-0 Hot Atlanta. Nice piece of hitting by Riley. Looked like it was a fastball on the outer edge, and he dragged it right where they ain't. Diving attempt by the second baseman, Donovan, just went underneath of his glove. And it's 3 batters, 3 hits. And it's 2-0 Atlanta. So Riley now on first base. And quick mound visit. Knizner, the catcher, and Mikolas have a quick powwow. Quick reminder, we will be here after the game on Braves Country today. Post-game show, we go live 3 to 5 every day on WQEE and simulcast on YouTube. So we hope you stick around for that as well. Reactions to the game and everything else in Major League Baseball. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is a fastball inside, fouled back, and it's 0-1. Appreciate you stopping by and spending your Wednesday afternoon with us. Braves baseball, Braves Country baseball comes your way 4 times a week this year. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good eye by d'Arnaud. They were trying to get him to chase that one just off the plate out of the zone, and it's 1-1. Our next broadcast, Friday night, the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's lifted into right field. It's going to be playable. Jordan Walker's underneath it. He'll make the catch, and Riley will retreat back to first base. Braves 2, St. Louis 0. And this will bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris steps in. The first ball is shot in underneath the glove of a diving first baseman. Goldschmidt couldn't make the play. On the base hit, Harris gets to first. He'll stop there, and Riley goes first to third. Runners on the corners with 1 away. So that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Open stance, and he takes the first hack at it. It's a fastball up top and out of the zone, or on the edge of the zone, and it's 0-1. Fouled it down the third base line. The 0-1 pitch inside, just misses a hair off the plate. Good eye by Ozzie. That would have tangled him up good. So far, Mikolas has gone fastball to start the at-bat. Low 90s fastball. The 1-1 pitch. Slider misses inside, and it's 2-1. Braves 2, St. Louis 0. The 2-1 to Ozzie. Swung on and missed. And on the pitch, Michael Harris takes off. He's safe at second base. The throw goes down to second, but Harris was so far in front of it, Donovan didn't even attempt to tag. he was making sure Riley was staying put at third. So runners on second and third, one away. The 2-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it, bounced it foul behind home plate, and it's 2-2 once again. If you're just joining us, an Acuna infield single, an Olsen double RBI, and then a single by Riley has us up 2-0. The 2-2 pitch swung on and lifted into left field, not very deep. Will they send Riley? Riley's tagging. He's going to go. He's chugging all the way home. He's safe. The ball gets away from the catcher, Nisner, and Michael Harris on the play as Riley chugs back to home plate. Back to the dugout. It's 3-0 Atlanta. The ball got away from Nisner. High fives in the dugout. Michael Harris stayed on the play. Thought he might move up, but he stayed put. So that'll bring the big bear to the plate. Marcell Ozuna's back in the lineup. Braves lead it 3-0. First pitch misses outside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery to Ozuna. Off the plate wide, curveball down and away. It's 2-0. Pitch from Mikolas is 26th of the inning, and it's a curveball way below the knees off the plate, and it is now 3-0 to Ozuna. Eddie Rosario stands on deck. They got Mikolas on the ropes. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball misses wide, and it is a 4-pitch walk for Marcell Ozuna. So how about this for a start? Up 3-0, giving Bryce Elder quite the cushion. And Rosario could really put a dent on that scoreboard. Be a righty-lefty matchup here. Rosario now batting .333 after a couple of base knocks recently. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a fastball inside, taken all the way for a strike, and it's 0-1. 93 miles an hour. One of his faster fastballs of the afternoon. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is hammered over to first, but a leaping catch by Goldschmidt. He'll make the play, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 3 runs on the board. We head to the bottom of the first. It's 3-0 in Atlanta.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Braves Country HD.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder comes to the mound, and the first pitch on the way from number 55 is a fastball inside, misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch misses inside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from Elder outside wide, 3-0. And this is not a good start. This is not what Snicker would like to see. The 3-0 pitch down below the knees, ball 4, and it is a 4-pitch walk to start the 2023 campaign for Bryce Elder. This was one of his biggest issues in the spring, was trying to stay in the strike zone, and it's why he got sent down. Commanded the zone pretty well when he was up last year. First pitch on the way to Burleson, left-handed outfielder from hitting a 308 clip right now. Takes the first pitch on the edge of the zone, and it's 0-1. 0-1 delivery, outside wide, changeup, misses, evens up the count at 1-1. Braves 3, St. Louis nothing. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard over to Olsen. The platinum glove scoops it, fires it over to second. Arcia's got it. He'll relay it back to Olsen, and it is a 1-6-1 double play. That was a hot rocket, and Olsen scooped it on 2 hops like it was nothing. Arcia, great anticipation, was standing on the bag and was ready to deliver. So that'll bring Paul Goldschmidt to the plate, hitting .474 on the young season. The 2022 MVP, 1 home run, 2 RBI, a 1249 OPS. The 1-0 pitch down below the knees, and it's 2-0. Elder looks in. He kicks and deals just below the... No, he's going to get the call, the benefit of the call. The strike down below the knees, and it's 2-1. Your home plate umpire, Todd Titchener. The 2-1. Same place, same result. It's 2-2, and Goldschmidt is looking at the ground and cursing the heavens. He is not happy with those 2 calls. The 2-2 to Goldie. Inside, hits him. So all that for nothing. Slider hits Goldschmidt in the top left arm. See exactly where it got him. Yeah, it got him right there at the top of the arm. I thought it might have gotten him on the back, but no, it got him on the arm. So that'll bring Nolan Arenado to the plate. 1 on, 2 away. Here's the first pitch to Arenado. That ball is swung on and smoked down the third base line, but plenty foul. It's 0-1. Braves 3, St. Louis nothing. Welcome to Braves Country Baseball. If this is your first time, we'll be here 4 times a week. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball's hit hard. Caught by Arcia on the bounce. The momentum takes him towards left field. He spins around and fires it to second, and Ozzie Albies makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. So just like that, we're out of it. We'll be back in a flash, Braves Country, 3-0.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury, touchdown. The this game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Nicholas is a swing and a miss. Strike one to Arcia, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery just below the knees. It's called a ball. It's 1-1, and he is in the home plate umpire. Titchener's getting barked at by the bench because they're basically saying, where was that? Because it was the same area that Goldschmidt got called 2 on. The 1-1 pitch swung on and dragged over towards short. He'll make the play. Edman tosses it to first, and it's a 6-3 put out to begin the second. I normally see the world through Braves colored glasses, but I've got to admit St. Louis has a point. That pitch was exactly where he called 2 strikes on Goldschmidt. First pitch on the way to Acuna is a check swing foul again to start the at-bat. This one bangs well foul, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there below the knees. It's 1-1, and it's right there in that same area. This one might have clipped the zone. There might be an ejection today, folks. Time is called by Acuna. You only get 1 now per at bat, unless there's a strange circumstance. So Mikolas gets ready. The 1-1 pitch. Outer edge just misses outside wide. It's 2-1. Good eye by Ronald. Acuna 1 for 1. Beat out an infield single. It was kind of a half-hearted throw by Edman, but I really think he had a bad grip. The 2-1 pitch. Outer edge called for a strike, 93 miles an hour. And it's 2-2. Now that one actually wasn't in the zone. So Titchener's all over the place today, but it looks like he's going to have a fairly wide and low strike zone. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the right field line. Will it stay? It may stay fair. No, it is bending foul and out of play. Not much room down the St. Louis right field corner. So once it goes foul, it's pretty much in the stands. Say the last 20 feet or so is hugged up against the line. Before that, there's plenty of room in foul territory. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and grounded over to third. Arenado's got it. He'll fire it over to first, and it's a quick 2-out beginning to the second for the Atlanta Braves. Good seeing everybody in the chat. Always good to hear where everybody's listening from. Robert, Ken, Dayton, Thomas, and Cassie, and Brandon. First pitch on the way to Olsen is a fastball, outer edge, called for a strike. Good pitch by Mikolas, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, over the wall. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong. A solo shot for Matt Olson. His third home run of the season. 6th RBI, 410 over the wall, 108 mile an hour exit velocity. And it is 4-0 Hotlanta. Good grief. Matt Olson. When he was doing this in the spring, I kept saying I couldn't wait for him to get to the regular season. First pitch on the way to Riley is popped up, and it's going to be a can of corn over by the first base in foul territory. Goldschmidt's underneath it, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves tack one more on. We'll be back in a flash. It's 4-0.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Braves Country HD is AFC South Country all season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Braves Country HD.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country. Bryce Elder fires in the first pitch to Gorman, and it's a fastball out of the zone to the left-hander. It's 1-0. Braves lead it 1-0. Elder steps off the mound for a second. He gets reset. Still 10 on the pitch clock. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider top of the zone, and it's 1-1. Bryce Elder looks in. The 1-1 pitch just misses high, and it's 2-1. Bryce Elder with a different look this year. Kind of a clean shaven. Remember last year he had the mountain beard. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Top shelf corner of the zone. The 2-2 from Elder. Kicks and delivers way outside. Darnode had to hop a little bit to make sure that didn't go to the backstop, and it evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch, now 3-2. 3-2 delivery on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Elder's got himself a strikeout, 82-mile-an-hour slider on the inner cut of the plate. Just pulled the string on that one. He got way out in front. That'll bring Dylan Carlson to the plate. Carlson takes a swing at the first pitch and hacks it foul down the line. It's 0-1. Carlson hitting .444 at .889 OPS. No home runs, no RBI so far. The 0-1 inside for a ball. 91-mile-an-hour cutter, and it's 1-1. The 1-1. Slider dips down below. Did he go around? They said he didn't. Carlson's ahead 2-1. Elder kicks and deals way outside 90-mile-an-hour fastball. That was almost pitch-out territory, and it's 3-1. Standing on deck is the rookie, Jordan Walker. The 3-1 delivery. Swing! And pops it straight back. Out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Friday night's game, our next broadcast at home against the San Diego Padres. As the Braves finally come home tomorrow. The 3-2 pitch on the way from Elder. Swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at Ozzie. Ozzie's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout for out number 2. Ozzie didn't have to move much on that one. Perfect positioning. So the routine grounder gets the second out of the inning. The St. Louis Bryce Elder's going to ask for a new ball, so hence the delay. The first pitch on the way from Elder swung on, and that ball is hammered down the left field line, but plenty foul. Way out in front of it is Walker, and it's 0-1. The St. Louis Cardinals manager, Oliver Mamal, was the one that was barking at the home plate umpire, and he keeps staring him down. I'm telling you, there is some heat coming between the two of them. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. Looked like he went sinker then slider, and it's 0-2. Elder with that slow slider. If it's any slower, you would have to call it a curve, but it doesn't quite have that curve movement. The 0-2 from Elder. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Now that looked more like a curve. They're calling it a slider. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Darnode, Harris, and Albies on the way.
Sit sharp.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country. The first pitch to Travis d'Arnaud is fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Mikolas back out on the hill, the 43rd pitch of the afternoon. The 0-1 delivery, check swing, foul, and it's 0-2. I believe Marmol is still chirping at the umpire. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to d'Arnaud. Swung on and grounded over towards short. Easy play for Edman. He'll fire it over to first base. And 6-3 put out takes it one away. Braves trying to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals, and then we'll head home to face the Padres and the Reds for the next week. First pitch to Michael Harris is a fastball pumped right by him, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Harris 1 for 1 with a single and a stolen base in the first inning. The 0-1 swing and a miss, top shelf, 93 miles an hour, right in his kitchen, couldn't catch it around, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Right there, called strike 3. Harris caught looking. I don't think he's arguing for the spot of it. I think he's just disappointed in himself for not pulling the trigger. So 2 quick outs will bring Ozzie Albies back to the plate. Ozzie had a sac fly in the first with an RBI. First pitch to Albies is swung on and fouled straight back, and it's 0-1. Mets lead the Brewers 1-0. That game is in the first. That is Corbin Burns on the hill for Milwaukee. David Peterson for the Mets. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, inside, it's 1-1. Yankees lead the Phillies 1-0. That game is in the third. Aaron Nola versus Garrett Cole. The 1-1. Fastball misses just off the plate and out of the zone. It's 2-1. So curve slider fastball to begin it. The 2-1 delivery in the dirt, and it's now 3-1. Looked like the sinker just got away from Mikolas. 3-1 count for Ozzie Albies. Ozuna on deck. Ozzie from the left side with the open stance. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and that ball is roped into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Jordan Walker quickly on top of it, but Ozzie Albies is on. A little 2-out magic. He just guided that ball into right field over the outstretched glove of Goldschmidt. So that'll bring Ozuna to the plate. First pitch to Ozuna is a swing and a miss. Fastball top of the zone. It's 0-1. Ozuna walked on 4 pitches his first time up, so you know he was chomping at the bit to swing there. The 0-1 to Marcel. Inside, ball 1. Evens up the count. It's 1-1. Wouldn't it be a gorgeous day if the Braves could sweep St. Louis and Milwaukee could finish off a sweep of the Mets? Both Braves and the Mets, they start their opening days this weekend. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, but they're going to call that a wide inside strike. It's 1-2. Marcel kind of has a grin of, I'm not sure about that one. I have to agree with him. The 1-2 delivery. swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 1-2. These umpires, especially the home plate umpires, have to start feeling some pressure to be better this year because they have been experimenting with robo-umps as Mikolas flips it over to first to keep Ozzie at bay. They've been experimenting with robo-umps in several of the minor leagues. And you may not think they would go to it, but who thought there'd be a pitch clock? The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Braves lead at 4-0. We head to the bottom of the third.
Yellow. What delay industries? No. They're delayed. Say they're delayed. Now you're way off. They're delayed. Say they're. No problem. How did you know who they wanted?
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? Huh? All 6 of them. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we make contact. I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
Hey, folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has.
It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, and great public fools in baseball, and great public heroes, and self-serving people, and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead it on 4 early runs. It's 4-0, bottom of the third. Edman comes to the plate, and the first pitch is swung on and roasted over towards second. Ozzie plays it in the air. It'll be L4 on the putout. Almost self-defense there as that ball was hit hard. Ozzie barely had to move his glove other than to maybe shield him from getting hit in the face. So that's out number 1. The hind catcher, Nisner, comes to the plate. He's batting 200, and I believe he needed time to get ready. He's asking for time, so he was granted it at the beginning of the at-bat. I think Nisner wanted to straighten up the batter's box is what the deal was. So here's the first pitch from Elder, and it's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 89-mile-an-hour sinker just tailing inside. The 1-0 from Elder. Swung on and miss. 90-mile-an-hour, about the same area, just in on the hands, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. Swung on and popped up. Should be playable in left field. Rosario camps underneath it. He'll make the one-handed grab, and there's 2 away. This is just what the doctor ordered for Bryce Elder. Getting some quick early outs, and on top of that, getting the run support. The lineup will flip back over, and Brendan Donovan comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch high for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Elder. Swung on and grounded over to first. It's going to dribble into the glove of Olsen. He'll step on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. All right, let's grab the bats, Braves country.
You dumped a porn star? Friendship over!
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
When someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
1786. A fine day. Play ball in the campus, but am beaten, for I miss catching and striking the ball. Princeton College.
Children have hit balls with bats as long as there have been children. But baseball's most direct ancestors were two British games. Rounders, a children's sport brought to New England by the earliest colonists, and cricket, a stately pastime divided into innings and supervised by umpires. By the time of the American Revolution, there were many variations. Boys played one version or another in schoolyards and village greens and on college campuses.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, wherever you're listening from. Braves lead at 4-0, and Rosario grabs the bat and takes the first pitch on the outer edge for a strike. It's a 0-1. 92 miles an hour right there on the edge. He lined out in the first. The 0-1 swing and grounds it foul. Took a little bit off of that. Looked like it might have been the slider. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 from Mikolas. He looks in and kicks. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Rosario down on 3 pitches, and there's one away. I think he might have gotten a small piece of that, but foul tipped it into the glove. As Rosario was looking back, hoping that ball had fallen out. So that'll bring Arcia to the plate. First pitch to Orlando is down below the knees for a ball, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Similar location, but up in the zone, and it's 1-1. Braves 4, St. Louis 0. Braves got it going early in the first. The 2-1 off the plate wide. It's 3-1. If you're just joining us, hits by Acuna, Olsen, the 3-1 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike, and we got a full count. And Riley quickly got the Braves to a 2-0 lead. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul towards third base. We'll do it again, full count. Ozzie drove in a run on a sac fly, making it 3-0. Then Matt Olson powered one over the center field wall to make it 4-0. The 3-2 pitch right there at the knees, called strike 3. Orlando Arcia kind of half check swinged at it, but he knows he should have swung. It was right there on the plate and at the knees. Strikeout, backwards K for Mikolas. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate, and he swings at the first pitch, and he will roast it into left field. A one-hopper to the left fielder, Burleson. He'll make the play, but it's down for a 2-out single for Acuna. He is absolutely swinging that lumber. Reminds me of pre-ACL Ronnie. So Matt Olson will come to the plate. He's 2 for 2. The double, a home run. First pitch to Olson is swung on. That ball's going to get down into the corner. Yes, it will, baby. And Ronnie's rounding third. Ron's going to wave him in, and it is 5-0 your Atlanta Braves. Matt Olson standing at second with another double. Kind of would like to have seen him really stretch that out and go for 3. Why not, right? He would have then just been a single away from the cycle. We know he's not the fleetest of foot, but you never know, an errant throw, whatever. So Braves are up 5-0. Olson's on second. There's 2 away, and Austin Riley comes to the plate. First pitch to Riley is taken high for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way, just off the plate wide, evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball, outer edge. And it's 1-2. $5-0 your score here on Braves Country Baseball. The 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's hit hard, but right at the Gold Glover Arenado. He'll scoop and flip it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out to end the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves put a run on the board. It's 5-0. We'll be back in a flash.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
I might audible. How audible I'll use.
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me curse out here!
Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders!
Omaha!
I'm out!
Armchair. I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
Of all baseball's ancestors, town ball was by far the most popular. Under its rules, the infield was square. 8 to 15 men played on a side, sometimes as many as 50. The pitcher or feeder was the least important player. It was his job to lob the ball to the striker, who could wait and wait for the pitch he wanted. The runner was out if the ball was caught on the fly, or if he was soaked, hit with the ball while running between bases.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Elder's back out there for the 4th inning, and he'll flip the first pitch in there for a strike on the outer edge. 87 miles an hour right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Elder, talk about economical as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Slider intercut, and it's 0-2. 35 pitches through 3 innings. Now about to deliver his 38th. The big lumbering Texan, number 55, looks in at Darnode. And he gets set. Here's the pitch. Just off the plate wide. Taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Tried to get him to chase. Spencer Strider on the mound for your Atlanta Braves tomorrow night is the 1-2 pitch. Inside, ball 2. It's 2-2. You'll notice there's not a whole lot of games as the 2-2 pitch swung on and banged foul down the left field line into the stands. Tomorrow, there's not a whole lot of evening games, many day games, just like today. The 2-2 misses high. It's ball 3, 3-2. Between today and Friday, everyone getting in their opening day festivities. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He chased a slider up out of the zone, and there's one away. Tricky pitch by Elder. Probably would have had to have liked it get down a little bit, but it got the job done. That'll bring Goldschmidt to the plate, and Goldschmidt reached on a hit batsman. First time up, he takes the first pitch high for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves still have not, as the 1-0 pitch is right there for the strike. Belt high over the plate. Slider evens up the count at 1-1. So slider to start the at bat. The 1-1. Another slider high, and it's 2-1. Braves have yet to announce a starting pitcher for Friday night. I think it's probably going to be a bullpen game, the 2-1. Right there, top of the zone, another slider. Evens up the count at 2-2. Would he dare throw a fifth slider in a row to the reigning MVP? The 2-2 delivery from Elder, and that time the sinker misses just below the knees. It's 3-2. Goldschmidt will work a count. He's not afraid to walk. The 3-2 pitch on the way inside just misses. They went with the sinker top shelf and could not grab the plate. So it'll be a 1-out walk. I guarantee you Schnicker does not like that. He likes the score, but he always complains about the free passes. They usually lead to bad things. Speaking of bad things, Nolan Arenado steps to the plate. Batting .304, a .681 OPS. The first pitch to Arenado, top of the zone, called a strike. Nolan did not like that one at all. It was just at the top of the zone. 50-50 pitch, and it's 0-1. The 0-1, right there. Strike 2, slider. Darno drops the ball. It skips away from him, but Goldschmidt stays put at first, and it's 0-2. Goldschmidt's inching his way towards second. 2 strikes on Arenado. Here's the pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of it. Grounds it foul. We'll do it again. Bryce Elder getting the start here today. Everything goes as planned. He'll get the start again Monday against the Reds. The 0-2 pitch. Top of the zone, strike 3, caught looking. Arenado does not argue with it. Just clipped the top of the zone. A backwards K. And there's 2 away. Might have been a touch inside, but very well framed by Darno. So 2 down, and Gorman now comes to the plate. Gorman's 0 for 1. the designated hitter. He swings at the first pitch, and it's popped up, drifting back into the outfield, he's going to draw. He doesn't even touch the ball. The ball falls to the ground. Riley misplayed the ball. Goldschmidt was running all the way. He comes around third, and off the play, Rosario fires it home, and he's going to be dead meat. Great heads-up play by Eddie Rosario as the ball got away from Riley. Oh, baby, what a play. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to hit the scoreboard. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country Baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. To clean that up a bit, it was a pop fly, and Riley looked like he had it. The ball danced backwards, and he was unable to make the catch in shallow left field. Arcia and Rosario were near the ball. The ball bounced and towards Rosario. He quickly picked it up, fired it home. Goldschmidt was running the whole way, and he was out by about 5 feet. And you know things are going right for you when that happens, because 9 times out of the 10, that ball takes a funny hop, and there's no way you make that play. First pitch on the way to Darnold is a strike, and the second one is followed up for a ball off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 to Darnold swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catchers Carlson on the run, and there's one away. But all in all, great heads-up play by Rosario. And I'll tell you what, a great job by both Rosario and Arcia, because Arcia was letting him know as he was picking up the ball that Goldschmidt was heading from third to home. He was giving him the heads up, and he made sure he ducked down too. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Harris a single, a stolen base, a strikeout. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Curveball just kissed the side of the plate, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 inside, tried to get him on that inside pitch again. This time did not touch the zone, and it evens up the count. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. And we'll do it again. You almost wonder if Goldschmidt was thinking that Ozuna was out there in left field, and that's why he kept running. The 1-2 pitch to Harris. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball gets away, but Harris doesn't really offer towards first. They'll tag him on the wallet, and that'll be 2 away. Ozzie Albies climbs into the batter's box, 1-for-1 with a sac fly RBI. First pitch to Ozzie from the left side of the plate is a fastball high out of the zone, but they'll call that a strike. 93 mile an hour on the gun, and it's 0-1. 0-1 from Mikolas, down below the knees. Evens up the count at 1-1. Ozzie batting .333 on the young season. The 1-1 inside. Ozzie had to spin around a little too close for comfort, and it's 2-1. I don't know what happened. I was not looking, but I checked the screen over here as the 2-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit hard and deep into the gap. Is it going to be caught? A great sliding catch by Dylan Carlson. He was on his wallet and making a heck of a sliding grab. That'll end the inning. The Braves lead at 5-0. Great play by the center fielder for the Cardinals. We will be back in just a moment.
Work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy, fun time, or skippity-doo.
Well, what do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get an extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill.
Bill. Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Treson comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair. I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back, Braves Country. Bryce Elder working on a one-hitter. The first pitch of the fifth inning is top shelf for a strike, and it's 0-1. Catch up to the scoreboard real quick. I don't know how they did it, but the Brewers are up 4-1 on the Mets. It's the 0-1 pitches in the dirt. Ball one. It's 1-1. Yankees lead the Phillies 1-0. Your out-of-town scoreboard update. Rays over the Nationals 3-2 in the fifth. The 1-1. High ball two. It's 2-1. Yankees Phillies are in the fifth, and the Mets Brewers are in the third. Not sure if I mentioned that. Marlins lead the Twins 1-0 in the sixth. Pirates over the Red Sox 1-0 in the fourth as the 2-1 pitch from Elder swung on and hit high and deep into center field, drifting back on the track at the wall, making the catch in front of the Bank of America sign, and there is one away for Michael Harris. He drifts back and just makes that catch nonchalantly, maybe 5 feet from being the first run for St. Louis. Rangers lead the Orioles 2-0. That game is in the first. Astros and Tigers are scoreless. First pitch swung on by Jordan Walker, who comes to the plate. The big right-handed right fielder swing and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Giants and White Sox also just getting underway. They're scoreless. Later on this afternoon, you got Guardians at the A's and Angels at the Mariners. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, taking for a ball. It's 1-1. Tonight, you've got one game. Blue Jays Royals 7:40. Cubs and Reds was postponed. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit deep into right field on the track, making the catch at the wall is Acuna, and it's a loud out for the second of the inning. Elder still at just 60 pitches. Braves would love to see him go deep as possible. We don't get a day off until next Thursday. First pitch on the way from Elder is right there at the knees for a strike, slider, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery swung on and hit hard over to second, right to Ozzie. Ozzie scoops, flips, he gone. 3 up, 3 down. The 7, 8, 9 batters for the Braves coming to the plate.
Yeah. Prognosis negative. Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
This is
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities, an exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. As soon as I mentioned it, the Mets have tied it up 4-4 in the third. Corbin Burns on the hill, the ex-Cy Young winner, kind of expected a better outing from him. Atlanta leads at 5-0 here in St. Louis, and the first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is called for a strike right there, belt high, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. No, they're going to call that a ball. I'm sure that's going to get a chirping from the Cardinals dugout. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Strike 2, it's 1-2. That low strike, he's been giving it to some batters and not to others. The 1-2 off the plate wide, it's 2-2. 2-2 from Mikolas, his 90th pitch of the afternoon. He'll kick and fire, and it's right there at the knees, called strike 3. Ozuna never got his bat off his shoulders. And there's quickly one away. That'll bring the left fielder Rosario to the plate. Rosario steps in, righty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch is a swing and a miss. Fastball, top of the zone. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track at the wall. Carlson, the center fielder will make the catch, and there's 2 away. Dylan Carlson has been busy today patrolling center field. They've got a pretty good glove out there. First pitch on the way to Arcia, inside for a ball. Curveball misses top shelf at the inside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on and grounded foul. Another curveball. This one was a low curveball, and it's 1-1. Braves 5, St. Louis nothing. Top of the 6th inning. 2 away. The 1-1 to Arcia. Swing, and he's going to hit it in between second and third, and it is second and short, Shortstop Edmond grabs it. He fires it over to first. A stretch out Goldschmidt cannot make the play. The ball squirts out of his glove, and Orlando is safe. We'll have to see how they score that. I would think that's going to be a base hit. That was a tough play. Very impressive play by Edmond. He had to go past the second base bag from short, spin and fire it. That's got to be a single. It is a single. The hind catcher Nisner is going to come out and talk to Mikolas as Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. There's 1 on, 2 away, and I'm sure Nisner's trying to probably talk to him about how Ronnie's already 2 for 3 and not to just lay one in there. I would think, regardless, this is his last batter, because you would not think that Marmol would let Mikolas face Olsen again. He's 3 for 3. So we're set to go. The first pitch on the way to Acuna is swung on, and it is going to be a soft line drive to second, and that'll end the inning. The Braves lead at 5-0. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
I only drink alcohol on days that start with a T. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Cardinals 5-0. I'm Mac Magee bringing you the action, and Atlanta looking for the 3-game sweep in St. Louis. We're 4 innings away of that very thing. Bryce Elder Goes back out to the mound. The first pitch is an excuse-me check swing. Grounder over to Arcia. He'll grab it, fire it over to first. And Nisner's out by a mile. There's one away. Slow-footed catcher kind of had a check swing, and by the time he rebounded and realized what he had done, the ball was in Arcia's glove and on its way to first. So that's going to bring Brendan Donovan in the top of the order back to the plate, and the first pitch to Donovan is at top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Yankees lead the Phillies 1-0. Mets and Brewers are tied. Yankees and Phillies are moving right along. They're in the 6th. Mets and Brewers, they are just in the 3rd inning. The 0-1 cutter called for a strike. It's 0-2. 0-2 by Elder inside. Tell Donovan was trying to get hit by that, but no such luck. It's 1-2. It's about that time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He'll set him down for out number 1. Bryce Elder, 5 strikeouts on the day. Good outing. On this date in 1913, in an exhibition game against the Yankees, 25,000 fans watched the Dodgers play their first game in Ebbets Field. Brooklyn beats New York 3-2. As the first pitch is swung on and hit by Burleson into right field, it'll get down for a 2-out hit. Alec Burleson, 107-mile-an-hour exit velocity on that one. Hard hit ball to right field on a one-hopper to Ronnie. With Casey Stengel hitting the park's first home run for the Dodgers and inside the Parker. That's on 1913. On this date, 1925, as Goldschmidt steps to the plate. He'll take the first pitch out wide. It's 1-0. Babe Ruth collapses at a railroad station in Asheville, North Carolina. The bellyache heard around the world. So dubbed when a writer suggests that a hot dogs and soda binge caused the illness will require hospitalization and an operation. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate, just misses to Goldschmidt. It's 2-0. The operation will keep the Yankee slugger out of the lineup for 7 weeks. He comes back on June 1st, the same day that Lou Gehrig begins his historical consecutive game streak. 2-0 inside ball 3, 3-0. And in 1934, Reds president Larry McPhail hires 26-year-old Red Barber to broadcast the team's games on WSAL. The old redhead will spend his first 5 years in Cincinnati calling games at Crosley's Field on his way to the Hall of Fame as a Dodgers broadcaster. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball misses high. 4-pitch walk to Goldschmidt. And Elder scuffling a little bit. He's only at 72 pitches so far. But you got 2 on and 2 out. You got to figure someone's got to go talk to him. Snicker looks like he's stirring there at the top step. We'll see if he makes a move. One last turn back time on this date in 1993, opening day. Greg Maddux signed as a free agent in the offseason, allows no runs, 5 hits to his former team, the Cubs, in Wrigley Field. Braves blanked the Cubs 1-0. And that's your turn back time for April 5th. So Arenado comes to the plate, and the first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slider misses just off the plate, and he went fishing. It's 0-1. Good pitch by Elder. 2 on, 2 out. Cardinals' first real threat of the game. Here in the bottom of the 6th, the 0-1 pitch just off the plate. Below the zone, it's 1-1. But that is a strike that home plate umpire Todd Titchener has actually given a few times. think Marmole's head would have exploded in the St. Louis dugout if he would have given that one. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul over towards the Braves dugout, third base side, and it's 1-2. Make sure to keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD and 99.1 FM WQEE. After the game, post-game show, we'll react to the ball game as well as a lot of stuff going on in the world of Major League Baseball. Of course, you got the Masters tomorrow as well. The 1-2 pitch to Arenado, swing, and a little bit of a check swing. He'll foul it into the crowd over the first base dugout. We'll do it again. Still 4-4 in the top of the fourth in Milwaukee as the Mets and Brewers battle. The 1-2 swung on, and that ball is going to be hit down the left field line. Just foul. And I mean just foul. Arenado almost guided that in. That would have been at least one, if not two, depending on how that caromed. Yankees have extended their lead 2-0 over the Phillies. That game is in the sixth inning. So the 1-2 delivery, 2 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch down below the knees, ball 2. Michael Tonkin is warming up in the Braves bullpen, the right-hander. He came in for a couple innings of work earlier in the season, 2 1/3 with no runs given up. So deuces are wild, 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch to Arenado. Here's the pitch, strike 3. He went fishing with a slider well off the plate, and Arenado knew that he took the bait. So that'll end the inning. Braves get out of it. Olsen, Riley, and Darnold are heading to the dish.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes, the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes, the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 5-0 in St. Louis as we head to the 7th inning. Bryce Elder getting handshakes in the dugout, so his day should be done. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is a lefty matchup, fastball strike from Naughton, and it's 0-1. Pecky Naughton, 32 innings, 31 strikeouts, the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and grounded over towards third on the shift. Arenado's got it really more in the shortstop area but it is a 5-3 put out. And there's one away. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate as we do baseballs here in the 7th inning. Birthdays here in the 7th inning on Braves Country Baseball. First pitch to Riley is a fastball strike at the top of the zone. Intercut, it's 0-1. Riley 3 for 11 in the series with 2 home runs, 1 for 3 today with a single and an RBI. As the 0-1 misses outside, it's 1-1. Happy 57th birthday to Chris Carpenter of the St. Louis Cardinals. The 1-1 pitch inside, and it's 2-1. Probably not the same Chris Carpenter you're thinking of that pitched not too long ago. This Chris Carpenter pitched for the Cardinals from 88 to 92. The 2-1 pitch outside for a ball. It's 3-1. This was Chris with just a CR, not a CHR. The 3-1 to Riley. Swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going to get down. Riley is rounding first. He'll truck it into second, and it's a 1-out double. Chris Carpenter, 57 years old, from St. Augustine, Florida. Happy 38 years old to Hector Oliveira. Played third base for the Braves. A lot may not remember him. Played for the Braves for about 30 games from 2015 to 2016. Did hit 2 home runs and 13 RBI. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. He's 0 for 3. He takes the first pitch outside for a strike, a wide strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Kind of reached for a changeup out of the zone. It's 0-2. The highest win total and highest WAR born on this day was 1898 Bill Dineen, Big Bill Dineen as they called him. He played for the Boston Braves from 2002 to 1906. The 0-2 pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-2. And the most home runs hit by anyone born on this day is happy birthday to 85-year-old Ron Hansen. Played for the White Sox, Orioles, and Yankees in the 60s and 70s. The 1-2 pitch inside, just off the plate, and evens up the count at 2-2. Sinker missing. Diamond Dallas Page turned 67 years old today. Happy 47th to Ike Hilliard, Florida Gator and New York Giant fame. The 2-2 pitch off the plate, wide, ball 3, full count to Travis d'Arnaud. And Sterling K. Brown from This Is Us turns 47, along with Pharrell Williams turns 50, and that's your birthdays. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it away. Kind of a defensive swing. Stay alive, it's 3-2. Forgot one more. Tony Banks, the quarterback of the St. Louis Rams, he turns 50 today. Travis d'Arnaud last season hit .307 with runners in scoring position. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards short. Riley had to retreat back to second. It'll be a 6-3 put out and 2 away. You could tell d'Arnaud was trying to shoot the ball the other way, but just came out over the top of it and grounded it. Michael Harris comes to the plate. He is 1 for 3 with a single. He does have 2 strikeouts, batting .238 on the young year. Lefty-lefty matchup. Naughton throws one there on the corner edge for a strike, and it's 0-1. 87-mile-an-hour cutter just drifting away. Cardinals are in a bit of a shift, so Arenado's an island over there on the left side. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Four-seam fastball just off the plate, and it's 0-2. Riley stands on second with 2 away. He'll be going at the crack of the bat. Braves lead at 5-0. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Harris. Lefty-lefty matchup. The southpaw deals. Swing and fouls it straight back. Staying alive. We'll do it again. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. He would bat from the right side, assuming Naughton would stay in. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. Good eye by Harris. That could have easily been a swing and a miss. Instead, it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on and roasted over towards second. A snow cone catch by the second baseman. Good play by Donovan. That'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Get up and stretch, y'all. It's 7th inning stretch time.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. Don't win in the game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Tonkin will come in the game as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Braves trying to give some guys in the bullpen a rest. Can't imagine that Minter would be available today. First pitch on the way to Gorman is swung on and hit hard. Foul down the line. It's 0-1. Gorman's 1 for 2. Braves have to find a way to piece together 9 more outs with a 5-run lead. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 93 miles an hour, top of the shelf. And it's 0-2. Got to give a tip of the cap to Bryce Elder. The 0-2 pitch. Top of the zone, just misses. It's 1-2. He's got to get the game ball today. 6 innings, 3 strikeouts. Did give up 3 walks, but no earned runs. 2 hits allowed. The 1-2 pitch off the plate, wide. No, they're going to call it strike 3. Just kicks the top of the zone on the outer edge. And there's 1 away. Nolan Gorman did not like it at all. Didn't get too verbal. He was walking back to the dugout, but you can tell that his manager, Marmol, is not too happy. He's barking. We'll see how much longer that goes on. First pitch on the way to Carlson is taken off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Slider missing. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and popped up. Back foul out of the play into the second deck behind home plate. The 1-1 pitch. Strike on the outer edge. Slider. Good pitch by Thompson, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees in the dirt, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery. Swung on and rifled back up the middle. 2-hopper, hard hopper. The play being made by Arcia just behind the second base bag. He spins, fires it over to first. And it's a 6-3 putout. Another great defensive play by Orlando Arcia. The ball came firing back to the mound. It was a high hopper off the mound in between Tonkin's legs. So he danced out of the way. And Arcia was able to grab it, spin, fire, and throw for the out. That'll bring Jordan Walker to the plate. The rookie takes the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled down towards the first base dugout. Check swing. I mean, that missed Tonkin's left plant foot by just several inches. Thankfully, that didn't make contact. He's been pitching pretty well. He's a journeyman. He's had a good start to this season. Braves brought him on to be that long relief innings eater. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Misses out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-2. So slider, sinker so far. Jordan Walker has used his one timeout. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fists it foul. Past first base, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just gets a piece of it to stay alive. Slaps the back of the screen, and it's 1-2 once again. Bottom of the 7th. 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch just misses below the knees. Good eye by Walker. Surprised he didn't take a hack at that. It's a nasty pitch. The 2-2 swung on, and that ball is ripped down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It will. That is a solo shot. A home run. It's 5-1 Atlanta. Cardinals are on the board. Slider just kind of hung up there. Tonkin gives up his first run of the 2023 season. Just about belt high and inner cut. Looks like it's right in Walker's wheelhouse. So the Cardinal faithful come alive, and they're giving a standing ovation to Walker, his first home run, rookie outfielder for the St. Louis Cardinals. He comes up and takes his bows. Number 8 hitter Tommy Edman comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2, and the first pitch to Edman is swung on and popped up, and that's a can of corn. Making a fair catch underneath it is Riley. He'll make the play, and that'll end the inning. Arcia kind of joked with him. It had something to do with that one that he lost earlier. We'll head to the top of the 8th. The Braves lead at 5-1.
I wanted to see where that was going. The steroids, if we would have left it alone,
Yeah.
dude, we would have had guys the size of McGuire playing second base by now. It would have been awesome. And because they were so roided up, there would have been no defense anyway, so you wouldn't have to worry about these shifts. They'd barely be able to move. It would have been awesome. They should have just left the game alone. But no, we got to worry about everybody's kidney failure and, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's none of my business.
Armchair.
But I told Pete, hey, we'll get you 3 at-bats. He goes, no, I want them all. I'm like, okay, I'll get you all the at-bats, but I'm going to pick you up for defense in the 9th. He goes, no. And he was telling me a story about how he didn't make the U.S. team as a 17-year-old, and it bothered him. And he's never forgotten it. So he's like, if I ever get a chance to put this back on, you're going to have to rip me off the field. And I'm like, Pete, it's an exhibition game. The Joyce kid from the Angels is throwing a $103. The last thing I need is you getting one in the ribs right here before we go get after this thing. He's like, I got it.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves head to the top of the 8th inning with a 5-1 lead. Quick look at your out-of-town scoreboard update. Mets and Brewers are tied at 4 apiece. That game is in the 5th inning. As Stratton comes on, Chris Stratton for the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch from Stratton is a ball. It's quickly 1-0 to Ozzie Albies. The 1-0 pitch to Albies is high out of the zone. It's 2-0. Stratton, a right-handed pitcher, so Albies over on the left-hand side, open stance. 4.26 ERA last year with Pittsburgh and St. Louis. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and grounded hard, but right at Goldschmidt. Covering the bag is Stratton. He'll flip it over to Stratton. It'll be a 3-1 put out on the play, and there's one away. Marcell Ozuna will try to get onto the hit parade. He's 0 for 2. He did get a walk earlier. 2 strikeouts. Batting .063. First pitch to Ozuna is a swing and a miss. 94-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Stratton on the way. Swing and a miss. 94-mile-an-hour. Strike 2. It's 0-2. Mets have taken a 6-4 lead now. believe that was Pete Alonso that just went deep for the Mets. Yankees lead the Phillies 2-1. That game is in the 7th. The 0-2 to Ozuna, swing and fouls it down the line. It's 0-2 count to Marcell Ozuna. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. The 0-2 swung on and hit down the left field line, but bends just foul. That would have been extra bases if it would have landed in, say, about 4 to 5 feet to the right. Instead, we got an 0-2 count. They set up outside, and curveball misses off the plate. It's 1-2. Curious to see if Stratton comes back out for the 8th. His last outing versus Washington, he went 2 1/3. The Cardinals, as the 1-2 pitch is on the way, swung on and banged foul off the plate, stayed alive. Do it again at 1-2. Cardinals will have the number 9 hitter due up. And Nesner, their catcher, they'll probably pinch hit for him, I would think. And then the top of the order. The 1-2 to Ozuna swung on and fouled down the line over the first base dugout, about 20 rows back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Mostly day games in Major League Baseball. There is one night game, Toronto and Kansas City. The 1-2, and did he call time? No, they're calling a time infraction on Stratton. Ozuna was on it. He started walking out of the batter's box, and I was like, what is he doing? Stratton piped a fastball right down the heart of the plate. They called it a ball. Pitch clock violation, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fisted into right field, but Jordan Walker will make the play, and there's 2 away. So 5-1 is your score. Stratton will stay in to face Rosario. Rosario's 0 for 3. First pitch to Rosario swung on and popped up back behind the plate into the crowd. It's 0-1. Brewers and Mets. The New York leads at 6-4. That game is only in the 5th. The Yankees have opened up their lead 4-1 over the Phillies in the bottom of the 7th. Rays over the Nats 7-2 is the 0-1 pitch right there at the knees. Fastball over the plate, and it's 0-2. Marlins lead the Twins 5-1 heading to the 9th. Pirates 3-0 over the Red Sox in the 8th. Rangers and Orioles 2-0 Texas in the 5th. The 0-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. Rosario battling up there. It's 0-2. Astros 4, Tigers 1 in the 5th. White Sox over the Giants 2-1 in the 4th. The 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 put out on the grounder. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves lead it 5-1.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
NBA tradition says rookies must carry all veterans' bags on road trips. But a rookie Larry Bird, on his very first road trip with the Boston Celtics, stood up in front of every veteran on the bus and said, "I want you guys to know, I'm never going to get you any water, and I'm never going to carry one bag, ever." And he never did.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Moving right along here on Braves Country Baseball, the Braves lead at 5-1. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. If you don't think this pitch clock was going to make a big difference, wow. We are just about to hit the 2-hour mark, and we are in the bottom of the 8th. So here we go. Dylan Lee is back on the mound for the Braves, making his first appearance today. And the first pitch by the left-hander is a ball down below the knees to the right-handed O'Neill, who is in to pinch hit. That's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Another slider way down inside. It's 2-0. Braves 5, St. Louis 1. Braves have done it off of 10 hits, no errors. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is hammered high and deep down the left field line into the upper deck, but foul. It had plenty of distance, but it was probably 30 yards left of the foul pole. The 2-1 from Lee. Right there inside, called for a strike, evens up the count at 2-2. Tyler O'Neill does have a home run this year. Not 294 batting average, 804 OPS. He was the odd man out of the lineup today. The 2-2 swung on it, just got a piece of that one to stay alive. Do it again at 2-2. Cardinals 1 run, 3 hits, and an error. No errors. The one run was a solo shot by the rookie Jordan Walker, if you're just joining us. The 2-2 from Lee swung on and popped up. Should be playable. Underneath it, making the fair catch is Michael Harris, the second, and there's one away. Big out number 1 is the Braves would love to not see Goldschmidt and company until the 9th. Best time to face Goldschmidt is with nobody on. Donovan comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2, a lefty-lefty matchup. They opted not to pinch hit. The first pitch to Donovan is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Dylan Lee leans in, gets the sign. He kicks and deals, and right there for a strike on the outer edge. Evens up the count at 1-1. If you're just joining us, Bryce Elder, 6 innings, no earned runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts, 2 hits allowed. The 1-1 from Lee. Outer edge just misses off the plate. It's 2-1. And Michael Tonkin came in and pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 run. And that's where we sit with Dylan Lee. The Cardinals, Mikolas, 6 innings, 5 earned runs. The 2-1 pitch. Slider misses just inside, and it's 3-1. Donovan was trying to get clipped on the arm with that, but missed. You could tell he was leaning into that one. The 3-1 delivery on the way, and fastball, top of the zone. Did he go around? They're going to say he did not. Appealed down to third base umpire Junior Valentine. He said he did not go around. So trouble of brewing here in the bottom of the 8th. You got 1 on, 1 out. And Contreras is coming in to pitch hit for Burleson. Wilson Contreras, St. Louis's everyday catcher. They signed free agency from the Chicago Cubs, getting the day off because it was a night game, day game situation. First pitch on the way from Lee is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. His brother, William, we're all familiar with as ex-Brave. He is in Milwaukee nowadays. The 0-1 pitch. Top of the zone, called a strike. Contreras does not like it, and I can't blame him. It was an iffy call at best. Todd Tichenor has been all over the place. I think he might have dinner reservations or an early flight to catch. The 0-2 pitch from Lee. Swung on it. That ball is hammered into left field, but on the fly, Eddie Rosario makes the catch in the corner, and there's 2 away. Donovan has to retreat back to first base. So a big out number 2. Colin McHugh is warming up in the bullpen. We'll see if the Braves... Nope. Here comes Snicker in his parka, grabs the ball from Lee, and that'll do it for Lee. We're going to take a quick break. Pitching change here in Braves country.
I need a 4-letter word for disappointment.
Eric.
Hey, Braves fans. I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. We'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
It's all mixed up with peanuts, tobacco juice, and a hearty feeling among the fans joshing each other. Always this raucous, good spirit. Everybody came to have a good time. That's the way I remember it. The whole stand's full of people all roaring. And I guess it's true of any sport, but in baseball, never known an answer swear so instantly a whole crowd could be brought to its feet, roaring with delight over just a clean crack of a bat against the ball. It's a great sport that way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-1. There's 2 outs, 1 on. Righty-righty matchup as Colin McHugh steps to the mound. First pitch by McHugh is right there at the knees for a strike to Goldschmidt. It's 0-1. 84-mile-an-hour cutter right there just below the belt. The 0-1 delivery from McHugh. He flings it up there, and it dives off the plate. Goldschmidt taking all the way. It's 1-1. Braves lead the National League East by a game and a half. The 1-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. About letter high. And it's 2-1. Two-one from McHugh. Arenado on deck. Here's the pitch. Clips the top of the zone. Might have been a touch off, but it was called for a wide strike. It's 2-2. Goldschmidt said something to home plate umpire Titchener. We've definitely been getting the benefit of the doubt. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of it. Drags it foul. We'll do it again. Philly has hit a solo shot to cut the lead to 4-2 against the Yankees. That game is in the 8th. Brewers trail by 2, but they do have something brewing in the 5th inning. We'll keep you up to date on that. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Goldschmidt. McHugh flips and fires and swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, colliding into the wall. Michael Harris makes the catch. His hat falls off on the collision. He comes back and gives a big rowdy yell to the crowd. What a play by Harris. Glasses, hats, everything came falling off. We'll be back in a flash, Braves country.
Can you keep a secret?
Of course I can.
I lost all our money today betting on sports.
Damn.
I know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Can I tell you a secret?
Sure, yeah.
I lied. I can't keep secrets.
Wait, what?
Armchair.
Braves Country HD.
Covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the 9th. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets, it's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
Bell, left field, way back. Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Tony Gwynn is regarded by some as the best pure hitter ever. But did you know that he was also a star basketball player? In fact, in 1981, Gwynn was drafted by both the Padres and the Clippers on the same day, but he ended up choosing baseball. Walter Johnson pitched for the Washington Senators for over 20 years in the early 1900s and has the most WAR of any pitcher.
Van Johnson never missed an opportunity to make a speech. It was always the same speech, all about how he, single-handed and alone, had made baseball a gentleman's sport, and it must be kept forever clean because sportsmanship spoke from the heart of America, and he would lay down his life to save our beloved nation, at which he would begin to cry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia steps to the plate, and the first pitch from Stratton is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. End of that inning. Goldschmidt tagged that ball, and if Harris doesn't leap to make the catch, it's actually going to just get over the wall. Harris stole that home run. It had just enough to get over that wall if he doesn't time it perfectly. The 2-0 pitch on the way to Orlando is swung on and fouled down the line. It's 2-1. What's also remarkable is when he collided into the wall, he didn't lose the grip. You see that so many times, the ball pop out. If it would have popped out of his glove there, it would have went over the wall for a home run. Time is called. No, they're going to give an automatic ball once again to Stratton. Second time the Cardinals have been called for that today. So it's 3-1. count to Orlando. Catcher for the Cardinals trying to get some kind of clarification. The 3-1 pitch swung on. That ball is hit hard, but right at the shortstop, Edman. L6 in your scorecard. There's one away. Contreras stayed in the game to catch. So O'Neill is in left. Contreras is behind the plate. Burleson and Nisner are out. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. He's 2 for 4, and the first pitch misses wide and off the plate. It's 1-0. Acuna hitting .385 on the year. The 1-0 pitch. Top of the zone for a strike. It's 1-1. Acuna digs in, righty-righty matchup. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back into the crowd. Behind home plate, it's 1-2. He's gone fastball so far for Stratton. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss on the curveball, strike 3. 79-mile-an-hour curveball, about 13 miles an hour off those fastballs he'd been seeing, and there's 2 away. Matt Olson comes to the plate now with 2 outs. The first pitch to Olson is on the edge of the plate outside, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Olson 3 for 4, 2 doubles, a home run, 2 runs, an RBI. 3 RBIs, excuse me. The 0-1 pitch, taken all day, curveball for a strike, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 delivery, swung on it, foul tip, just pops out of the glove of Contreras to keep the inning alive and the at-bat alive for Olson. We'll do it again at 1-2. Brewers have tied it up against New York at 6-6 in the 5th. The 0-2 pitch, way down below the knees. Good eye by Matt Olson, and it's 1-2. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. The Braves need 3 outs. The heart of the Cardinals orders coming to the plate.
Triple-decker burn! It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with him prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting 3rd, and he's leading the league at .338. Randolph at first base. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker throwing to Parrish is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another's.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-1, bottom of the ninth. The first pitch on the way to Arenado is taken for a strike. McHugh back out there. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and grounded foul. It's 0-2. Braves trying to improve. 5-1 on the young season. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the line. 0-2 once again. The 0-2 from McHugh. He winds up and flips it in there, swung on. That ball is roasted into left field just past the diving glove of Arcia. A high hopper. I think Arcia probably would have got it. And it's a leadoff single for the St. Louis Cardinals to start the bottom of the ninth. Arcia was right there, and the hop took like a high hop, considering how deep in the hole it was, and just leaped over his glove. The first pitch on the way to Gorman, who's 1 for 3 on the day, is taken for a strike up top, and it's 0-1. Gorman's 3 for 6 in the series with a double in the fourth today. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Pulled the string on that one, and it's 0-2. It's gone cutter so far to start the at-bat. Here's the 0-2 pitch from McHugh. Another cutter. That one's just off the plate. Just missed the zone. And it's 1-2. Braves have an opportunity to possibly gain another game on Philadelphia. They are down 4-2 in the ninth in New York. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees. Man, that was close. It really kissed the bottom of that zone, but they didn't give it to him. It's 2-2. Looked like a sweeping curveball. The 2-2 delivery from McHugh. On the way and swung on and hit hard. And it is caught by Olsen. He spins. He dives. He tags the pillow. And just like that, a double play. Platinum glove Mr. Olsen makes a heck of a play, gets to his feet, and he's got a smile from ear to ear as he should. I mean, that got to him in a hurry. He had to leap to make the catch, and it froze Arenado just off the base. He tried to get back with the dive, but the glove beat him. So now there's 2 away, and the first pitch misses for a ball. To Carlson, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch out wide. Cutter missing well off the plate. It's 2-0. Braves need one more out to complete a 3-game sweep in St. Louis. The 2-0, top of the zone. Called for a strike. It's 2-1. Two-one delivery. Swung on, and that ball is going to be dumped into left field down the line. Rosario backhands it. The momentum is going to take him into the corner. So it'll be a 2-out double for Carlson. He rounds first. There was no play at second. Not much of a chance of getting the speedy Carlson, so Rosario did the smart thing and threw it to Riley at third. So Jordan Walker, who hit a home run his last time up, comes to the plate. 2 outs here in the bottom of the ninth inning. First pitch on the way is called for a strike on the outer edge. Good pitch, good cutter by Colin, and it's 0-1. What a difference a year makes. Remember last year at this time,
Well, first of all, last year at this time, we weren't even playing baseball as the 0-1 pitch is on the way down below the knees, called for a ball, and it's 1-1. A year ago, opening day would be tomorrow. The Braves struggled out the gates. The 1-1 pitch. Inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Almost clipped Walker. Colin McHugh trying to get that last out so they can get on the plane and get their butts back to Truist Park. No place like home. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and just below the knees, misses, and it's 3-1. Tommy Edmonds stands on deck. The 3-1 pitch to Walker. On the way, swung on, and he did go around. Tried to check his swing, but it's a full count now to Walker. Cardinals down to their last strike. Can Colin finish him off? Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back. Cutter top of the zone. Got a piece of it and sent it into the seats over the first base dugout in the second deck. We'll do it again. There's some Braves fans out there doing the chop and making the sweeping movement. Timeout for a second by Walker as he steps out. Regain his thoughts. Titchener says play ball. So 3-2 count, 2 outs. Bottom of the ninth. Here's the pitch, swung on and fouled back. The cutter that ate him up inside was probably a little bit over the outside the zone. So a 3-2 count on Walker from McHugh. Braves lead at 5-1. Here's the windup in the pitch. Swung on. That ball is hammered down the left field line. It's a fair ball. 1 run will score. Walker is trucking around first, heading to second. Here's the throw and the slide just underneath the tag. And it's 5-2 Atlanta. He's fired up. That ball, no chance for Riley. Though I'm a little surprised he wasn't guarding the line, but the ball just stayed inside the line, hopped over the bag, and kicked to the left. Travis d'Arnaud goes to the mound to talk to McHugh for a second. Now the tying run is on deck. And Tyler O'Neill. And he definitely has the power to tie this game up. So d'Arnaud and McHugh, batteries worked together for quite some time now. They have a quick powwow on the mound, and here comes Snicker. We'll see if Snicker's going to make a change. Normally, he does make a change when he comes to the mound this late in the game, but I think he's just going out there to go over strategy with the guys. So this will be an official mound visit. No, he is going to make the change. He was buying some time for the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
They've given me less than 1 year to turn this place around. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Mark caught it. Dwight Clark
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. 5 in the air. It's got the distance. Go, go.
Two last questions. The Combine, what was that experience like for you?
You don't know me, do you?
Huh?
You don't know me, do you? I never went to a Combine.
You didn't go to the Combine. How about the draft?
I never got drafted.
Then I know. And I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Armchair.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves are 1 out away for the 3-game sweep. Jesse Chavez comes into the game. Righty-lefty matchup versus Edman. And the first pitch misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. 87-mile-an-hour cutter on the outer edge up top. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-1. If you wonder why not A.J. Minter, he's pitched in the last 3 games, so he's unavailable today. And, of course, Iglesias is still on the IL. The 1-1 swung on, and that ball is hammered down the right field line, but plenty foul. The Cardinals, once again, are down to their last strike. The 1-2 pitch from Chavez on the way, just off the plate. Tried to nick the side of the zone, but he missed and evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Chavez. He fires and deals, swung on and fouled, chasing it into foul territory, making the catch is Austin Riley. That ball stayed in. I thought it was going to bend foul, and he caught that ball on the run up against the screen, and the Braves win the game. Braves win, Braves win, Braves win 5-2. Bryce Elder is going to get the win. The loss will go to Miles Mikolas. Elder, 6 innings, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. Time of the game, we'll call it at 2 hours and 29 minutes. Atlanta moves to 5-1 on the young season. The Phillies did lose, so we'll gain a game there. Phillies are now 1-5. How about that? Mets and Brewers are still tied. They still have about 3 innings left in that game, so a long way to go in that one. The Atlanta Braves win it 5-2, come in and sweep the St. Louis Cardinals in Missouri, and we head back to Truist Park in first place in the NL East. Spencer Strider's going to the mound tomorrow night. We'll be back on Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country HD on Friday night for the 7:20 first pitch of this for the San Diego Padres. Maybe a bullpen game. They haven't announced it yet. We're also here Sunday night. We're going to step away for a second and then bring you the post-game show, Braves Country Today. For all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Baseball, we really appreciate y'all dropping in and listening today and liking and subscribing. Braves win it 5-2. We'll see you next time. step away. We'll be right back to react to everything we've seen and also what's going on in Milwaukee. Braves win, Braves win, Braves win. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody who's resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
A single scores at least one, probably two, with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zit, boom, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Did you know that in the 1970s, a man left his house and walked to the Golden Gate Bridge and jumped off the bridge? When his loved ones went to his house, they discovered a note that said, "I'm walking to the Golden Gate. If one person smiles, I'm not going to jump." You don't know what other people are going through. Sometimes all that person needs is a warm smile from a stranger.
Armchair.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Robinson with a good lead. There he goes. He hits the dirt and he's safe.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Well, don't mind me. I'm just here to install this smoke detector.
Smoke detector? Does that detect any kind of smoke?
Long live the king.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State! Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy, and Trevor Lawrence knows, throw it up against that single coverage, give him a chance to make a play on a 50-50 ball.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE. Welcome back to Braves Country. Braves Country today as we transition from Braves Country baseball. For folks who are new to this, we do a live radio show on WQEE 99.1 FM every weekday, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. and all the guys stop by and we talk all the world of sports. We talk a lot of baseball, but we do talk a lot of football and whatnot. Justin Waller is hopefully on the way. He is in court, so we'll find out if he actually makes it out of there. He's supposed to meet us here at the top of the hour, so I haven't had a chance to touch base with him because obviously I've been doing the game play-by-play, and we're bringing you the post-game reaction. I'll go ahead and turn my camera on here. As I'm going to leave the scoreboard up because I feel like more people care about seeing the score than my ugly mug. And the Braves win at 5-2. I mean, what an incredible road trip. We're one bad outing from Schuster from being 6-0, right? And the Brewers and Mets, by the way, 6-6. If you're listening to it on radio, you can't see it on the scoreboard. I do have the score up there so we can follow along. Actually, they don't have the Mets score. I don't know why the Mets score isn't up there because where's that thing at? I'll find it here in a second. Oh, there it is. It's creeped up on me. But Mets Brewers 6-6. That game is in the top of the 7th inning. Atlanta today, what an incredible game for Bryce Elder to come in and do Bryce Elder type things, right? I mean, he's just a bulldog. Goes out there and he finds a way to win, just a gritty, gutty performance. I don't think he has the best stuff. Nowhere close to the best stuff on our staff or many other staffs. But he's got decent stuff. And if he's hitting the strike zone, which he did a pretty good job of it today. He did walk 3, and that's going to be concerning for Snicker. I'm sure that'll be brought up. Did have 6 strikeouts, so he scattered those 3 walks. He scattered the 2 hits. Now, 1 went over the fence. That was just – I'm sorry. Actually, he's not the one that gave up the run. It was Tonkin. But he scattered the 2 hits and the 3 walks, so 5 guys on base. And the 6 strikeouts, 6 innings pitch, quality start. That's what I always talk about is if you can get a quality start out of a pitcher, you're more than happy. If you get quality starts most of the time that you take the mound, you're giving your team a great chance to win. You're also giving your team what they expect, which is not for their bullpen to get depleted. Braves bullpen with no days off and 5 wins in their pocket have actually manipulated the bullpen pretty well. And that's key because now we've got 4 games against an electric offense with the San Diego Padres coming in and 7 more games before we have a day off. And you're doing this without Max Fried, without Kyle Wright, and not that he was really expected to break with the team, but without Soroka. Soroka is going to make the roster eventually. He pitched last night. I think they said he went 3 innings. It might have been 3 1/3, but regardless, he's still a little ways away from coming back to the team. He's going to have to build himself up. He's also going to have to pitch well. They're not just going to bring him back up because he's ready. The man has not pitched since 2020. He hasn't pitched consistently in the big leagues since 2019. Think about how long ago that was. I mean, let's be real. That was before we ever heard of COVID-19. And you can't expect him to just all of a sudden pick up where he left off. I do believe he is going to pitch well when he comes back, but I also feel like that they're going to be very, very cautious. And rightfully so. Look, we all want to see him because we're all excited. It's one of the reasons why I went out and got the MILB, minor league baseball package. I did it last year. I don't get a chance to watch a lot of the games because so many of them take place during the Braves games. And I do work a morning job, so it really makes it difficult to squeeze it in. But if I get a chance to watch the highlights off of it or watch a condensed game, tonight I believe they're scheduled to play a night game. So tonight I'm actually going to try and watch it. I will say this for MLB, if they want to sell this to the fans, they need to do a better job of making it accessible onto your smart TVs, because you buy it and then you have to watch it off an app, off your phone or a laptop, and everyone says, well, just cast it to your TV. That doesn't always work very well. Sometimes the connection's poor. Not to mention the fact if you cast it from your phone, then you can't use your phone the entire time. Someone calls it, it's just a whole mess. That's the next step they need to make. And realistically, why can't they just put that in the MLB app? Make it where it's an extra package, and if you're verified through it, then fair enough, you get to see it. And if not, then you just have one package or the other. Make a lot more sense, but who knows what the reasoning is. The Brewers are threatening. It's in the bottom of the 7th. They've got a runner on. There is 2 outs, but they're right in the middle of the order. And Brian Anderson, if you remember him, he played for the Marlins. He signed with the Brewers in the offseason. I saw him hit a home run. I think it was last night or the night before. Monster shot. Looks a lot different. I'll tell you what, Brian Anderson this year, he's got like long, shaggy hair. I've always known him to be like really tight cut. I'm not aware of this, but do the Marlins have some kind of rule that you have to have what do you call it? A tight cut or clean shaven, like the way the Yankees do? Because he does not look like he did. Speaking of the Braves, William Contreras was on first. The ball was hit towards right field. It was going to be a base hit. And Contreras got hit by the ball. So it ended the inning. So they're heading to the 8th. William Contreras doing, he's doing William Contreras type things. The one thing that we always remember from Contreras, and I'm still going to continue to be a fan of his, even though he's not in Atlanta anymore, is that he hits the ball hard, but he doesn't necessarily have all the other fundamentals down. He's a perfect designated hitter. And I'm going to miss him because I still think he's going to have a heck of a career. But, man, Sean Murphy behind the plate is something special. And, heck, we won today's game with giving Murphy the day off. He didn't even DH. But I'll tell you what. They got to do something about that DH because Ozuna is not – this is 2022 all over again. He's just 3 to 4 free outs almost every single game. And he's not really putting up much of a fight. He is batting .059. I know he got the home run the other day, but .059. That literally tells you he's swinging out of his shoes. We got to take a quick break, top of the hour, radio ID, all that stuff. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD. Keep it locked in here on the Key and Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Major League Baseball action all day Wednesday. We'll keep you updated as we bring you Braves Cardinals right here on Braves Country HD. The afternoon action along with your Atlanta Braves, Cubs and Reds, Marcus Stroman versus Hunter Green. Rays and Nationals got going with McClanahan versus Corbin. And Aaron Nola versus Garrett Cole in the Bronx, 105 Eastern first pitch. Twins are at the Marlins at 1:10. The Red Sox hosting the Pirates. Corey Kluber on the hill. Mets and Brewers, 140 in Milwaukee. Corbin Burns versus David Peterson. Jacob deGrom will get the ball his second time, trying to improve on his 12.27 ERA. Rangers hosting the Orioles and Kyle Gibson. Tigers are at the Astros, Giants at White Sox, with Webb and Cease going head-to-head. Our old friend Kyle Muller is on the mound for the A's. They host the Guardians at 3:37, and the Angels are at the Mariners at 4:10. The lone night game in Major League Baseball, the Toronto Blue Jays are at the Kansas City Royals. Make sure to keep it locked in here on Braves Country HD and 99.1 FM The Key. We'll bring you the post-game show, Braves Country Today, all the way through 5 o'clock. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Look at me, 92.
Come on, at the roll at your age, whoopee must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
Hey, sports fans, Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com /at Braves Country. Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll. Time to rock it from the Delta to the DMZ. Hey, it's a little too early for being that loud. Hey, too late. It's 0600. What's the O stand for? Oh, my God, it's early.
Are you listening?
Welcome back. Atlanta Braves sweep the Cardinals. Another great. I don't know what it is. We've had the Cardinals number the last few years. It would have been nice if we would have had their number that time. Mike Fultonevich couldn't find the strike zone in the first inning. Game 5 of the, what was that, NLDS 2019. I've never been so sick to my stomach at a game that I was so excited for. I know I've told the story, but I got home that day. I think the game was it's like 5:08 first pitch. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. It was game 5. I was excited. My wife was excited. She was trying to hurry home. And I had just gotten off work. Our other dog that's no longer with us, I just taken her outside and gotten her situated. And I was rushing to the fridge, throw about 6 cold drinks in a cooler so I wouldn't have to miss much of the game in the living room. And I'm just throwing the beers in there, throwing ice on top of it, running out there. And I come and I sit down and the whole thing's unraveling in front of my eyes. I was like, what in the world is going on here? I don't remember what the score was exactly when I sat down, but obviously it was 10-0 at the end of the first inning, but it was right in the middle of that. Balls were bouncing off of people's feet and they couldn't find the strike zone. Oh, what a miserable game. And a smarter man would have just turned the thing off, but I sat there till the very end, as I always do. I just could not believe what in the world I was watching. Well, that's a different story today. Another sweep of the Cardinals. And a 5-1 start, which is really the big story. Depending on what the Mets do here, we'll either be 1.5 up or 2.5 up heading back to Truist Park at home against the San Diego Padres. Spencer Strider is going to be on the mound tomorrow. And they haven't announced it. I'm thinking it's a bullpen game. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's a bullpen game on Friday. They haven't announced it. Usually that means. Now, the tricky thing is normally you would send Tonkin or probably Jesse Chavez out for those first few innings. But they were both used today. So if they do a bullpen game, I just wonder what route they would take on that. Because I feel like, first of all, you don't want to implode your team. But what other options do you have as far as sending someone out there? Because Charlie Morton went on Tuesday. He's obviously not an option. Or I'm sorry, Monday. Dylan Dodd went on Tuesday. He's not an option. You've already sent Schuster down, who pitched on Sunday. So he can't be used for 10 days. So you're kind of in a sticky wicket. I would assume it's a bullpen game. It might be a situation where everyone's expected to just pitch one inning. And I don't expect them to even announce who it's going to be until the day of the game, because you got to get through another game with Strider, and we all know you can't guarantee anything. You would hope Strider goes out, and in a perfect world, Strider goes out and gives you 7 strong, 6 strong. But you can't predict that for a lot of reasons. He either doesn't have his stuff. Of course, you can't predict anybody's injury, not just tomorrow's starting pitcher, but you don't know. Some of the goofiest stuff happens. So I seriously doubt that they would send Dodd or Elder down, because then you can't use them for 10 days. And Dodd is set up to pitch on Sunday. Elder's set up to pitch again on Monday. And if Dodd hasn't already been given a tough enough task, what about the fact that Dylan Dodd is going to be an unbelievable, 5 days? Unbelievable. Because he starts his first game in St. Louis, Missouri. And for folks who don't follow this, he's from Illinois. He played his college ball at Southeast Missouri State. So right up the road from Busch Stadium. So family and friends got a chance to go see him, which has got to be a surreal moment for him. I'm sure he thought about playing in Busch Stadium for years before he was ever drafted. He probably didn't think he would be on the opposing team, but that's got to be a thought process of him. So his second start, which will be at Truist Park, if everything lines up, will be a nationally televised Sunday night game against the Padres. A lethal lineup. So it doesn't get any easier for Dodd. But he showed some stones yesterday. I was very impressed by him. There's a lot of guys out there that, to me, would have folded under that pressure. And let's be honest, that's what Schuster did. He basically folded under the pressure because Schuster's got better stuff than what he showed on Sunday. He couldn't hit the strike zone. Dodd goes out there, didn't walk anybody, which that impressed me more than anything else. And then, of course, just had the incredible outing across the board and gets the W on the road. Braves now 5-1. Looking at the standings real quick, the Mets game is not over with. Right now, the Mets are 3-3. We're 2 games in front of the Mets, but the Mets will either win or lose this game. So we'll either be 2.5 or 1.5. Marlins are 3-4 after they went out there and spit the bit against the Mets. And they have now won 2 in a row. And Philadelphia, they're 1-5. Washington's 1-5. It's almost too good to be true, the start by the Braves. Only thing that could be better right now is if Brewers find a way to win this game. And one of the things the Mets don't have in their back pocket anymore, remember last year when the Mets would get up against the wall like this, they could go out there, throw Diaz out there for 1 or 2 innings. You knew you weren't scoring off of them in a tie ball game deep in the game, and they would have the advantage. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, them having the advantage, especially on the road against Milwaukee. Milwaukee's got a very good bullpen. I haven't looked and seen who they've gone to yet, but they've got Robertson in the game right now. It's in the 8th. So I don't know if Dave Robertson, he's only pitched 8 pitches. He's in the bottom of the 8th right now. So maybe the thought process is that they will be able to. I see the comment by Jim. Yeah, Jim, they could start Litke. They could start just about anyone in their bullpen. And the biggest question would be, how long do you expect the guy to go? Because to me, that's the biggest question is, and there's different philosophies from different teams. Some teams, if they have a starter or what do they call them, opener, they have an opener go, the first thing they want is that for a guy to get through the lineup one time. So we're talking about 2 innings, 3 in a perfect world. But a guy like Litke, you're probably talking about 1 inning. But Litke, to me, is probably a guy that I would think that they would probably want to bring him in. I'm actually a little surprised we didn't see him late in this game, but they would want to bring him in towards the end of the game, high leverage situation, because he's pitched pretty well. When you look at the team right now and how it's constructed, and they look, obviously we could bring a number of folks up and down, but you have to look at the 40-man roster. You really have to look at that as one of the big things there, because with the 40-man roster, it really comes down to that's who's really available when it's all said and done. Because if you take someone who's not currently on the 40-man roster and put them out there, that means you have to DFA somebody. And who are you willing to do that with? So I don't think that's where they want to go. If I was to guess, because he didn't go very deep today, Tonkin could be a real possibility. And then your next guess would be Jesse Chavez, because he's done it before. But they both pitched today, though they didn't pitch necessarily that deep. Because remember, Elder went 6 innings, and then we got Tonkin, we got Dylan Lee, and then Jesse Chavez had to come in at the very end. It makes me think it could be Chavez. You go send him out there, let's say 2 innings. And that would be the best case scenario, would to be just to piece it together for 2 innings. But if you do that, you're either A, expect someone else to go out there for 2 more innings, or B, it's 1 inning and gone for the rest of the team. Because you only have 8 men in your bullpen. You got 9 innings. I think what they would have loved to have done to set up, and I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying it's a little more difficult now. But what you would love to happen is for Chavez and Tonkin to both come out and pitch 2 innings on Friday. Dylan Lee has pitched more than an inning in the past, so maybe he's an option. But you just have to be careful, because the problem is, now a guy who hasn't pitched the past few days, Nick Anderson, you would think would be in the mix, assuming that he's not injured by any stretch. But one of the biggest questions that I would have is how long can after getting a day off today, so they should be fairly well rested. I forgot that Colin McHugh came in as well. But I would think it's going to be some kind of combination that gets you. If the game gets out of reach, someone's going to take one for the team. A Tonkin or a Chavez is going to go out there and pitch multiple innings, and they'll just have to fight through it. But in a perfect world, maybe 2 innings from Jesse, who's done that numerous times. Maybe 2 innings from Tonkin, who did it just the other day. Maybe you get an inning and a third or somewhere in that neighborhood for Dylan Lee, and the same thing with Litke. And at that point, you're talking about creeping around 7 innings, and then you just got 2 more innings to figure out. AJ Minter didn't pitch today. He obviously won't pitch tomorrow because it's an off day. So you can count on him in the back of the bullpen if they have the lead. If they don't have the lead, you're probably talking more about Nick Anderson, Joe Jimenez. I would say if it gets out of control, Joe Jimenez would be one of the first ones out there, because he really hasn't shown that great of stuff. But if he can go out there and give you 2 or 3 innings and not destroy the bullpen, because you don't want to just give the whole series away. Tomorrow night, Strider night. I said they had the day off. They don't have the day off. We have the day off. We're not doing the game tomorrow night. We're doing it on Friday night. But that's what's trickiest about this entire thing. So I was a little surprised when they sent Schuster down, because now you don't have a long man who basically could have, you could have just had Schuster go out there and take one for the team, obviously, right? And he might get banged around, but he could have eaten up 4 or 5 innings. So it's going to be interesting to see if they make some kind of a move. The other obvious choice would be if they send somebody down, but if they send somebody down to bring up an arm, who are they willing to part with? Because you can only carry 13 pitchers. So it's not like you can just go say, well, we'll just get rid of Adrianza, and then after that game, we'll bring someone else back. That's not the game that you can play right now. Right now, as it stands, we have 6 outfielders, 5 infielders, and 2 catchers. I know technically it's 7 infielders, but that's technically where we are right now. And so the pitchers, the starting pitchers that we have on the roster at this point, Elder, obviously, who just pitched, Dylan Dodd, who just pitched. Tomorrow night is Strider. Charlie will go on Saturday. I guess they could bring up one more. But whoever they do, it's going to be tricky on who they think that they're willing to let go. Because I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they're just going to try to fight it out, because after Monday, Elder will most likely get sent down because Kyle Wright will come up Tuesday. That's his first day that he can be available. And Dylan Dodd is expected to pitch at least 2 more starts, because Max Fried could come back, best case scenario, on the 16th, which is a week from Sunday. All right. I know there's a lot to throw at you. Let me go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, you get you caught up on what's going on in the Mets game and a lot more. It's about 4:20, y'all. Smoke them if you got them. You're listening to Braves Country. We will be back in a flash, taking you all the way to the top of the hour.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
I apologize for the distractions.
The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Whenever I bring home Entenmann's Little Bites muffins...
Little Bites?
That's right, sweetie. Can you just give Mommy a minute?
I love Little Bites!
I know you do, but we're doing a commercial right now, okay?
Got it.
As I was saying, whenever I bring home you-know-what, you-know-who gets pretty excited. And so do I. Little Bites muffins are made with real ingredients, no high-fructose corn syrup, and are baked moist and delicious.
I love Little Bites!
Here you go.
Yes!
Entenmann's Little Bites muffins. The perfect portion of happiness.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE.
Who is on first? What are you asking me for? I don't know.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE. Welcome back, Braves Country. Braves sweep the St. Louis Cardinals in Missouri. We're heading back to Hotlanta, GA. And thankfully, 5-1 will be in first place. The game in Milwaukee is 6-6. Mets and Milwaukee are tied, and they are heading to the. Is this the bottom? This is the bottom of the ninth. So if Milwaukee doesn't score here, and they've got Ottavino on the mound, so Robertson's out of the game. So the game will head to the bottom of the ninth, or it's in the bottom of the ninth. If no one scores, then you're going to go to the ghost runner situation. I can't even tell you who's got the advantage there between those two teams. I would think that Milwaukee's fairly rested in their bullpen just because they've won the last 2 games, but they won them 19-0 as a total. There was a shot. I'm going to do a play real quick. Here's a long drive ball deep into right field. Garrett Mitchell walks off a home run. Zip, boom, bam. Good Lord. Garrett Mitchell and the Milwaukee Brewers just got the brooms out and swept the New York Mets. He absolutely hit a bomb. And it is going to be interesting on Mets social media and Mets local market radio tomorrow morning, because I guarantee you the sky is falling. I was listening to one of their shows this morning. It was so funny. They were saying they've got to win. They just got to win this game. And I looked at the pitching matchup, and I actually thought the Mets did a heck of a job doing what they did, because I'm not a big fan of the Mets offense. I think it's overrated as all get out. They have a lot of inconsistent hitters. To me, it's Alonso, it's Lindor, and the rest is borderline scrap heap. Nimmo was much overpaid, though. He's one of my favorite players to watch because I love the way he plays the game. He shouldn't have got the deal that he got. The deal that he got from the Mets? No, sir. That was terrible. The deal that he got from the Mets, it's a long deal, and he's getting like 24, 25 a year, something like that. It's somewhere in that neighborhood. I might be off, but he's not that kind of player. He's a player that you let someone else pay for. Starling Marte's always banged up. He's a solid hitter, and I like him in general, but he's battled injuries his entire career. And then you got Lindor and Alonso. That's the talent in the middle of that lineup. And then you look at the rest of their lineup. This is a $350 million payroll with Vogelbach, McNeil, Canna, Guillorme. I mean, come on. Now, look, I thought they did a really good job, but back to my point when they were saying they've got to win today, they've got to win today. And look at the pitching match. You're sending David Peterson out there who gives the Braves fits for whatever reason, but he's not a very good pitcher. He's an okay pitcher. He's really built more for the bullpen. Or he's a perfect piggyback guy or opener guy. But they're going up against Corbin Burns, and I'm surprised Corbin Burns got slammed around like he did. This is 2 rough outings for Burns. He's going to be let off the hook because of the walk-off home run by Garrett Mitchell. But you realize Corbin Burns in 2 starts, this is Cy Young winner 2 years ago, Corbin Burns, who's automatic, right? He's got a 9.64 ERA. A 9.64 ERA from Corbin Burns. That is putrid. Now, it's early. It is what it is. But the sky's going to be falling tomorrow morning in New York. There's no way it's not. Because Ottavino was supposed to be one of the guys that was supposed to step in for Diaz. Remember, I just mentioned this last inning about how the Mets could bail themselves out in a losing streak because and this is why I did not take the Mets to even finish second in the division. I've got them finishing third, and I think it's going to be a close third from the Marlins because the Marlins are scrappy. That entire series with the Mets and Marlins, the Marlins lost 3 of 4. The Marlins played them toe-to-toe in most of those games. I think there was only one game that was out of hand. But they can no longer, when they're on a losing streak like this against and up against the wall, last year you would have been able to send Diaz out to the mound with them being on this losing streak, and he wouldn't have been used the last couple of days probably anyways, getting beat 19-0. It would have been so easy to send Diaz out there for 2 innings, shut it down, and you start what it does, the psyche of the other team is like, oh God, we're not going to score. And so the pitchers for the opposing team they get a little more clinched, and they start fighting the obvious of, oh, I got to be perfect. I got to be perfect. Well, they don't have that anymore. Now what they have is Ottavino and Robertson, who are decent pitchers, but they're really more setup men at this point in their careers. And sure enough, Ottavino gives up a bomb, and the game is over. If you're just joining us, the Mets have gotten swept by the Brewers. The Braves swept the Cardinals. So what does that mean big picture? The Atlanta Braves are sitting by their lonesome in the NL East, and we're just 6 games in. But how pretty is this? 5-1 on the season. We're the only team in the division with the winning record. I didn't even piece that together. Mets and Marlins are 3-4. The Phillies are 1-5. In the Phillies' defense, they've had a brutal first 6 games of the season schedule. I think the next week they're pretty got a much easier schedule. That doesn't always mean anything in Major League Baseball. But when the Phillies first saw that, I would have been irate if I would have seen that as a manager or anyone in the front office for the Phillies, because it's bad enough that you have to open the first 2 games on the road, but you have to go to Texas where they just spent a bunch of money in the offseason. All right, fair enough. We had to start the season on the road, and we have to go to Texas. But then we leave there and we have to go to Yankee Stadium. So 2 of the bigger payrolls in all of baseball, you have to start on the road. They're somewhat fortunate they're not 0-6, to be honest with you, because Domingo Germán just didn't have it yesterday, or they might have lost that game too. I see all of the great comments. Thank you, George, and Jim, and Smokey Bear, and all the others in the. I can't get to them all, but the ones that I can see right now, Kenneth and VJ and Lee. We just appreciate everyone tuning in here. We're here every day, 3 to 5, Monday through Friday for Braves Country Today, and then prior to that, if there's a game like there was today, we bring you Braves Country Baseball 4 days a week. So I know this is new to a lot of folks who were listening on the Key this year, WQEE 99.1 FM. Great to be a part of that family. But we bring you four games a week. We always do, unless something strange. There is one coming up middle of the summer, and I'll remind everyone at that point because we're going to be out of town. But we always do Tuesday night and Friday night. That's almost always a given. And then we added 2 more. I was routinely doing about 1 more a week, but we've put it on the books now. We're going to do 2 more a week. So typically it's going to be a day game like today in the middle of the week on Wednesday, and then we'll do one on the weekend, usually Saturday afternoon. But this weekend, there's Sunday night baseball, and a lot of folks can't get the Sunday night baseball game, so we're going to do that. It's also because when we first started this a few years back, I got so many comments saying, please do the Sunday night game. I can't handle A-Rod. So we do the Sunday night game and when it's Sunday, but if not, then it's usually a Saturday afternoon tilt. But 4 games a week, regardless, we're bringing you. And I think there's a couple of weeks this year I have to relook at. I think there's a couple we're doing 5. But and then playoffs, we bring you all the playoff games. But looking at the Phillies, they're going to come home and they're going to play Cincinnati and the Marlins and then go on the road to Cincinnati again. So the next 10 games for Philadelphia is really more of a litmus test for the Phillies. You would think, as good as the Phillies are, if they don't go 7-3 on that stretch, bare minimum, then it might be time to be concerned. because after that, it's still not that difficult. They go to the White Sox, who I just feel like are always overrated, and then they got the Rockies at home. And Seattle, I'll tell you what, this is another tough stretch. Listen to this for Philadelphia. End of April, early May. Won't get into all the dates to bog you down with that. Listen to this back-to-backs. These are the series back-to-backs. Starting on, what is that, April 28th. Yeah, you know what? For that matter, April 25th, although it's at home against Seattle, they got 3 at home against Seattle. Then they go 3 at Houston, 3 at the Dodgers, come home for 5 games against the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. That is a tough beginning stretch to a schedule. Really is. And I don't normally cry for the other teams, but that's rough. If you look at what the Mets are up against, the Mets, they're coming home. Is that tomorrow? Okay, so their opening days at home against the Marlins. So that's a little disappointing. I wish they were playing a tougher team because the Marlins, for whatever reason, it seems like the Mets own the Marlins. Marlins give us a hard time, but they own the Marlins. So they'll probably right the ship at home against the Marlins. Then they get the Padres. There's some juice with that, right? That's the team that knocked the Mets out of the playoffs. And then after that, the Mets go on a long road trip out west to Oakland, the Dodgers, and San Francisco. Now, that's not necessarily the most daunting schedule as far as teams, but when you go out on the road, especially to the West Coast, it's always rough. I'm always happy if the Braves come back from a road trip 5-5, 6-4. I'm thrilled because the jet lag, all that actually plays into it. It's not like football where you only play once a week. It's a grind. And then the Braves, our schedule in the immediate future, we are going to be playing the Padres at home for the next 4 nights. Or 4 days, excuse me. Well, 4 nights. And then we're going to play at home against the Reds, which you like that. And then we'll finally get a day off next week. That's the most difficult part about our schedule in the early part. It's not necessarily who we're playing, although the Padres are a good team. It's the fact that you don't get a day off until Thursday, April 13th. Then we go out on the road to Kansas City and San Diego. So a short road trip and come home. And this is going to be an important stretch, I think, for Atlanta. 3 at home against Houston. We know how good they are. 4 at home against Miami. They're always pesky. We usually play much better at home against Miami. Miami's got good pitching. And then 4 on the road to end the month in New York. And then against the Mets. And then you don't get a day off. You go to Miami for 3. They don't have many days off in the months of April and May. It's really just piled on top of each other. But that's why these games like this, when you start off 5-1 and you've got a 2.5 game lead in the division, it's important because you got to take advantage of when you're playing well and your opponents are not. It makes a big difference because you're going to get into a grind. We're 6 games in. We got 156 of these to go. And there's going to be a stretch. There always is in baseball. There's going to be a stretch where you lose 6 out of 8. And you're going to be like, oh, God, what are we going to do? Well, when you won 5 of 6, in late March, early April, that kind of evens all that stuff out. But conversely, the Mets are dropping games right now that they're probably saying to themselves they felt like that. Look, Milwaukee's a good team. Milwaukee's going to be a thorn in St. Louis's side right now the rest of the year. I almost took Milwaukee to win the division. I just felt like that the talent in St. Louis is going to overtake them in 162 games. But Milwaukee, from what I've seen, the short part of it, their offense is much better. Their pitching is just as good as it always been. And actually, it's better because Peralta looks to be back to his form of a few years ago. They've got a killer bullpen, and they're getting offense. You know, I did not realize had gone to Milwaukee. I saw him get released the other day, but I didn't realize that he re-signed with Milwaukee. Luke Voigt. I mean, they have got those corn-fed boys up and down the lineup on the Brewers. It really is amazing. And I don't think he's that great of a hitter, but when he gets a hold of one, it really goes. But I'm telling you right now, when I looked over, this is during the Braves broadcast that we were doing, I looked over during the break and I saw him come to the plate for Milwaukee. If there's anybody that's ever looked at home in a Milwaukee Brewer jersey, it's Luke Voigt. And I guarantee you he's going to be a cult hero. If he hits 225 and 15 to 20 home runs this year, his jersey is going to be flying off the shelf. Because he's the non-fat version of Vogelbach is what he is. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to put a bow on this, take a look at tomorrow's action, finish up with what's going on today. And remember, we got the Masters tomorrow. The Masters. This is an unbelievable sports week. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. Well, thank God. Going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. Want to chime in? Give us a call. 678-960-9700. That's 678-960-9700. Welcome back, Braves Country. Braves Country HD. Wherever you stream on 99.1 FM. Go ahead and open up the phone lines if anyone wants to give us a call real quick before we hit the top of the hour. It's 802-0. Sorry, I was looking at the old number. 678-960-9700. Atlanta Braves win it. Sweep the Cardinals. Heading back home with Strider on the mound. Things are good right now in Braves country. We will not have the game tomorrow night, but we will bring you the Friday night telecast or Friday night broadcast. 7:20 first pitch, and right now we think it's going to be a bullpen game unless something very, very unexpected happens. And then we'll have the game on Sunday night. Atlanta, and if you haven't picked up on this little nugget, Friday night's game is on Apple TV Plus. If you don't have the Apple TV Plus, you won't be able to see it. Doesn't matter if you have the MLB package. Doesn't matter if you have, Bally's. None of that matters. It's only on Apple TV Plus. So we will have the broadcast pitch by pitch, play by play right here on Braves Country Baseball, on Braves Country HD on YouTube. Couple other things going on in the world of baseball. Not a whole lot going on in anything other than getting ready for the Masters in Major League Baseball right now. Let's be honest. I did hear something about the Masters I thought was pretty funny, that they had their dinner last night and they said that Phil Mickelson said maybe 2 words to everybody. He showed up. That was about it. Because remember last year at this time, he got in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Because he kind of shot his mouth off about Live Golf and the whole thing snowballed. And then a lot of people who jumped all over him ended up signing with Live Golf. So it's a whole mess. No matter how you stand on it from either side of the aisle on that, he was very quiet. I believe Greg Norman's not even coming. I believe that's what I've seen. And the only other thing that I saw that was interesting is that the general manager of the Baltimore Ravens said that it's possible they could draft a quarterback in the first round. This already tells you what we already know, but it's never really been confirmed. And that is Lamar Jackson is never playing another down in a Baltimore Raven uniform again. I still say Atlanta needs to make a trade. Nothing against Ritter. He's probably going to turn into a pretty decent quarterback. But if you have an opportunity to get Lamar Jackson and get the butts in the seats, sell the jerseys, get the fan base excited, you know what you do have if you get Lamar Jackson. I say go for it. I still contend most teams are looking at possibly the handful of teams that may be interested in Lamar Jackson. They're waiting till after the draft. A, they want to see what falls in their lap. B, if you sign Lamar Jackson to the deal that they're referring to, Lamar Jackson is going to cost you 2 first-round picks. Well, wouldn't you wait until after the draft to forfeit those 2 first-round picks? Wouldn't you? Unless you already have a draft pick at the back of the draft. But if you're drafting up high like Atlanta is and several other teams that may be interested, Tennessee's one that comes to mind, you don't want to give up a pick in the top 10. You want to go ahead and grab them and hope, and your bet would be that you're going to do really well the next couple of years, and that number 1 draft pick you're going to give up to get him will actually be something much closer to a number 2 pick. But there's no way, if I'm any of the teams that have been rumored at the top of the draft, that these folks keep saying, well, yeah, there's a good chance they're going to end up making the move. Yeah, they might make the move, but they're not going to do it before the draft because you don't want to give up that draft pick. No way Atlanta wants to give up the number 8 pick overall. We're doing our slow burn mock. We were supposed to do it today, but put that on hold because My teammate today is in court, and I don't think he's going to make it. So we'll punt that till tomorrow when Joey will be here with us. We'll have Doug. We'll have Steven. So we'll rejoin the slow burn draft. We're in pick number, I think we've done the first 9. So pick number 10 tomorrow. We'll start off with the Eagles, the Titans. And I don't have it in front of me, but those are the 2 picks we were supposed to make today. And that got punched to the back. I'll also be talking a lot of baseball tomorrow. What a great week this has been for the Atlanta Braves. It was nauseating to lose that game on Sunday. But if you told me we were going to start off 5-1 and sweep the Cardinals, I'll take that loss with our rookie on the mound against Washington. And at the same time, the New York Mets were going to start off losing 4 of their first 7 games and get swept by Milwaukee with Max Scherzer on the mound. Max Scherzer was on the mound yesterday, y'all, and they lost 9-0. He gave up like 5 or 6 runs. That is a team that is in peril. And I felt this way the entire winter, but I felt even stronger about it once Diaz went down. That the Mets weren't really the team we had to worry about in the NL East. It was the Phillies who've gotten off to a tough start. They've had a tough schedule. And just keep an eye on the Marlins. They've got the pitching. They've just never been able to put the hitting together. But if they get in a hot stretch with their pitching, that is a team that can put several wins together in a row. They don't have some of the frontline guys like the Milwaukee Brewers have, but they're very Milwaukee Brewerish. Very Tampa Bay Rayish. Where they've got some pitching, and if they find out ways to score runs like they have the past couple of days, Miami's going to be a tough team to beat. All right, let's take a look at some of the lines for tonight. As forgot to mention this. I meant to mention it, but I don't know. Are y'all superstitious? Because I'm at least a little stitious. Last night, this is a true story, funny story if you're a bettor. So if you watch this show pretty regularly, you know that we bet on, we talk a lot of sports betting. Now, I don't gamble large amounts, but I do enjoy sports betting. A lot of it's just for fun. And I always put a little bit of cash on it because if I'm giving you advice, I feel like I need to put my money where my mouth is, because anybody can just stand up there and say, "Oh, I'll take this game," and then they don't put their money on it and they're not invested. So you can guarantee that if I give you a lock, I've at least put $1 on it. Usually somewhere between 5 and 10. I don't bet a whole lot of money. It's too unpredictable. Though we have good winning percentages, the day I start putting big time money on it, I guarantee I'll start losing my butt. But late last night, I was looking at the lines for this morning for the show, and I saw that the Mets and the Brewers, it wasn't that bad of a line to take the Brewers. And I saw the starting pitchers. It was Peterson versus Burns. And I felt like they were saying this because Milwaukee, and if you look at their offensive setup today, I mean, Mitchell, who hit the walk-off home run, fair enough, but Adames, Yelich, Contreras, Voit, Anderson, Winker, Terang, Weimer, those are not household names, but Corbin Burns is going to the mound against David Peterson, and they were like a minus 123, minus 129, something like that. And I looked at it, and I meant to put $1 amount on it. And I actually put an extra 0 on there. I didn't have my glasses on, and I went to grab my glasses, and almost dropped the phone. When I grabbed the phone in a funny way, the bet went through. And the site that I'm on, you can't just cash it back out. There are some sites you can, but this one you can't. And I went, holy cow. That's quite a bit of my of my bank that I just put in there. And so I was nervous going in today. I was like, I guarantee you, Corbin Burns, because I put a heavy amount on it, he's going to pitch terribly, and he did. That home run saved my bacon by more than one way, not just being a Braves fan. So that was very fortuitous. I will tell you that right now. The lines today, now the problem is we don't have a whole lot to pick from for today because there's only one Major League Baseball game tonight. And I prefer betting baseball over NBA. There's no college basketball. There's no football. So I'm going to give you my lock of the day will be a baseball pick, but it's a very iffy baseball pick because there's one game literally to pick from. One game. Kansas City Royals are at the Toronto Blue Jays. Zach Greinke's on the hill. Alek Manoah is on the hill. You don't get this run line very low this often. And I'm going to go ahead and take it because it's a minus 105, and I really like that. It feels like a long shot to me, but I'm still going to take it. I'm going to take the Kansas City Royals over the 3.5 run line. But if I was actually ranking these like 5 stars, man, I'd give this like a 1.5, 2-star bet. I don't feel great about this, but I always give someone, so I'm going to probably put $5 on it. But I don't feel great about this one. But Kansas City at home, Alek Manoah has not been as dominant as he has been in the past. 3.5 runs, that is not a lot to ask in this day and age. Give me Kansas City minus 3.5. All right, this has been a long, long day of broadcasting. Started with the pregame show, started around 12:30. Then we did the play-by-play. Brought you the another Braves win, and then we finished it up here on Braves Country today. That comes your way 3 to 5. Tomorrow, back to a normal stretch, 3 to 5. So if you sat through this whole thing, God bless you. I'm sure you're tired of listening to me talk. Keep it locked in here on the Key if you're on 99.1 FM in the Metro Atlanta area. Great slate of radio tonight here on WQEE. Tomorrow we're back 3 to 5. Get your morning started off right. 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Ryan O Radio Penitentiary. We'll be back 3 to 5 tomorrow. Braves Country today. We'll get you set for opening day in Truist Park. We'll have Braves Country baseball back on Friday night, of course. All right, y'all have a great rest of your day. Whew, am I tired. Great win, y'all. Great sweep in St. Louis.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.